All right, we're on the record at 9:01 a.m. My name is Matthew Sagsveen, and I'm the hearing examiner for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division for case number 28907, and it is August 16th, 2023. This is an application of Versa Energy LLC requesting an order pursuant to North Dakota Century Code Section 380808, determining the proper costs for drilling and operation of all wells operated by Equinor Energy LP located in spacing units described as sections 14 and 23, sections 15 and 22, sections 28 and 33, sections 29 and 32, sections 30 and 31, sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, in Township 156 North, Range 100 West, and sections 30 and 31 in Township 155 North, Range 101 West, sections 1 and 12, sections 4 and 9, sections 5 and 8, sections 5, 6, and 7, and 8 in Township 155 North, Range 100 West, sections 17 and 20 in Township 155 North, Range 92 West, sections 13 and 24, Township 154 North, Range 103 West, sections 15 and 22, Township 154, Range 100 West, sections 3 and 10, Township 153 North, Range 100 West, sections 16 and 21, Township 152 North, Range 101 West, sections 27 and 34, and sections 20 and 33 in Township 151 North, Range 101 West. Alger, Camp, Catwalk, Cow Creek, East Fork, Last Chance, Painted Woods, Ragged Butte, Stony Creek, and Todd Bakken pools in McKenzie, Montreal, and Williams counties, North Dakota, and such other relief as appropriate. Before we begin, could each of you tell me who will be appearing for the parties in this matter?
Good morning, Andrew Cook on behalf of the petitioner and complainant, Versa Energy.
Morning, Mark Vivian and Spencer Potasic on behalf of Equinor Energy LP.
All right, do either of the parties wish to make an opening statement this morning?
We had discussed presenting short opening statements on both sides.
Okay. So, Mr. Cook, since you're the applicant, you may begin.
Thank you. This case is about whether an operator may charge costs to its working interest partner in violation of North Dakota law. I represent Versa Energy, who owned a working interest in approximately 115 oil and gas wells. Versa's interests were concentrated more heavily in Williams County, North Dakota, and the operator on each of those wells was the respondent Equinor Energy. The key statute that's triggered in this case is NDCC 380808, which defines the costs that Equinor, as the operator, may charge its working interest partner, Versa. And the statute declares in plain terms that operators may only charge the, quote, reasonable actual costs incurred in operating the well. The same statute provides that the Industrial Commission must determine the proper costs when we have a cost dispute such as we have here before you. Versa has narrowed the dispute to focus on one particular category of costs, and that's saltwater gathering charges. The evidence in this case will show that Equinor, over time, arranged for its affiliate, Equinor Pipelines, to handle the gathering and disposal of the water that was produced from the oil and gas wells. Both Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines are wholly owned subsidiaries of a holding company, and so they share the same parent who oversaw both of these affiliate entities. The method of transportation lies at the heart of this case. Equinor maintained a pipeline gathering system to transport produced water from its oil and gas wells to its disposal wells. And you'll hear evidence that the overwhelming majority of the produced water from Versa's wells, about 87.5%, was transported through Equinor's pipeline transportation system. And then Equinor used trucking for the other 12.5% that did not go through the pipeline system for various reasons. The problem that we have in this case is that Equinor used one method of transportation but then billed Versa based on another method of transportation. Equinor set its saltwater gathering charges not based on pipeline costs, but based on what it would hypothetically cost if the water were trucked. It did this by engaging in what Equinor calls the fair tender process. And that consists of soliciting bids from various trucking companies for what it would cost to truck a barrel of water, and then averaging out those bids to invent a gathering charge that Equinor would assess to Versa. And so I expect you'll hear a lot from Equinor about the fair tender process, what market rates the trucking companies would charge to transport water and so forth. But at its core, all of the trucking related evidence you'll hear is essentially an admission that Equinor was not charging Versa based on what it cost to transport the water through the pipeline gathering system that was actually used. And I would note Versa's claim only relates to the salt water that was transported through the pipeline. We're not making a claim based on the water that was trucked. So the market rates for trucking water do not and cannot constitute the reasonable actual costs for pipeline transportation that Equinor is limited to charging under the statute. Versa's expert, Chris Hansen, will explain this distinction between the different methods of transportation and how they factor into this case. He will also present expert testimony as to what the actual costs of pipeline transportation would be expected to be incurred by Equinor. So these costs would be things like the capital cost to install the pipeline system and the operating costs to run it, including electricity and so forth. These items relate to what it actually costs to install and operate the pipeline gathering system that was actually used to transport Versa's water. And I do not expect that Equinor will come forward with evidence proving what its actual costs of pipeline transportation were. In comparing what Equinor's reasonable actual costs would be incurred for transporting the produced water to what Versa was charged by Equinor based on the invented rates, Mr. Hansen will show that Versa was grossly overcharged by over $900,000 in base saltwater gathering charges. And he will further explain how Versa's recent sales price was impaired by these overcharges by another $900,000. So after weighing the evidence and applying the restrictions that are mandated by NDCC 380808, we would ask that you determine that Equinor's saltwater gathering charges are not proper costs, and instead the reasonable actual costs testified to by Mr. Hansen are the proper costs allowed under North Dakota law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mr. Vivian?
Good morning. As I mentioned earlier, Spencer Potasek and I represent Equinor Energy. Now, this case is ostensibly about whether the saltwater transportation costs my client paid were actual and reasonable. But it's really about whether a midstream provider can charge an affiliated operator a market rate for the cost of its midstream services, in this case, saltwater transportation costs. Now, Versa says no and takes the remarkable position that a midstream provider must charge a below market rate to an affiliate operator. The evidence will show that the answer to that question is actually yes. Midstream providers can, and routinely do, charge an affiliate a market rate for their services. Now, there's no dispute that there's affiliate relationships here. Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines are both wholly owned subsidiaries of Equinor U.S. Holding, Inc. Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines both sold their assets, production and midstream, to Grayson Mill in 2021. But prior to that time, Equinor Pipelines provided, among other things, saltwater transportation services to Equinor Energy. Now, the evidence will show that Equinor Pipelines was created as a separate entity in 2016, but both before and after that time, payments for the saltwater transportation services it provided were made through intercompany transfer. Those items were actually paid. The evidence will also show that Equinor Energy paid for those saltwater transportation services and passed the costs on to working interest owners based on their ownership percentages in these wells. It's important to note that Equinor Energy had about 70% of the working interest in the wells at issue in this case. In contrast, applicant had only about 1.5%. Now, the Commission knows it's very common in the energy industry to have affiliate relationships like the one between Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines. It happens all the time. And it's also very common for affiliates to provide services to each other and to be paid for those services. Now, this isn't a case where one affiliate just decided to make up or invent a rate for its services solely to increase its profits. Instead, the costs charged by Equinor Pipelines to Equinor Energy were determined by a fair tender process, which is based on assembling market rates charged by third parties. That is why the charges are reasonable. Now, I want to address Mr. Cook's comment that Equinor's rates are somehow inappropriate because they're based on trucking rates. The evidence will show that the pipeline transportation rates, like any other service, are based on the price of a competitive alternative. And in the Bakken, the competitive alternative for saltwater transportation is trucking. So as a result, it's perfectly appropriate and logical to use trucking rates to set pipeline rates. And that rate is not invented, it's based on the market. Talk a little bit about our witnesses. Our first witness will be Kate Beck, who's operations manager for Equinor, U.S. onshore offshore. And Ms. Beck's held a number of other positions at Equinor, and she'll discuss Equinor's corporate structure, Equinor's Bakken assets prior to their disposition in 2021, the infrastructure associated with those assets. She'll also discuss the fair tender process by which the saltwater transportation rates were arrived at. And she'll also discuss audits of Equinor's midstream operations that Versa and other non-operators participated in. Our second witness will be Neil Ernest. Mr. Ernest is chairman of the board at Muse Stansel in Dallas. He's a very experienced oil and gas professional. He's testified as an expert on many occasions, and he will testify in detail why the transportation costs are actual and reasonable. And he'll also offer a critique of Mr. Hansen's conclusions. Mr. Cook discussed their witness, Mr. Hansen, and I'll highlight some of the issues Mr. Ernest will take with Mr. Hansen's analysis. Now, Mr. Hansen will attempt to convince the Commission that Equinor Pipeline should provide saltwater transportation services on a zero return on capital basis, which means that he will tell you that if an affiliate invests in infrastructure like the saltwater pipelines here, it can make no return on the capital necessary to build that infrastructure. And that's simply not reflective of reality. In addition to his claims of overcharges, Mr. Hansen also claims a diminution in the sales price of Versa's assets. Now, Versa sold its assets in the Bakken in February 2022, but by that time, Equinor had already sold its assets a year earlier in 2021. Now, in asking for the alleged diminution in the sales price, Versa asked this commission to go well beyond a dispute about whether costs are actual or reasonable. Instead, Versa asked the commission to speculate about how costs may have impacted a private transaction that occurred a year later. So in conclusion, Equinor paid for saltwater transportation costs provided by Equinor Pipelines, and those costs were passed on to the working interest owners according to their respective interests in the wells. And Equinor paid about 70% of those costs. Now, because the amounts charged by Equinor Pipelines were paid by Equinor Energy, they're actual. And the amount of those charges was determined by a fair tender process that determined a rate consistent with what would have been charged by third parties to provide transportation services. And because that rate is determined by the market, those costs are reasonable. So in conclusion, we will ask the Commission find that Equinor Energy has complied with Century Code Section 380808. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Vivian. Before we proceed, do staff members have any questions regarding opening statements? All right, hearing none, Mr. Cook, you may call your first witness.
And I would ask to exclude or sequester witnesses before we begin.
Any response to that request?
Well, at minimum, Your Honor, we think Mr. Ernest should be here as an expert so that he can testify about his conclusions based on Mr. Hansen's conclusions. And we also think it's appropriate for Ms. Beck to stay here as a corporate representative.
I think I'm going to deny the request based upon that response. So you may call your first witness.
Okay, and I also have some exhibits to pass out ahead of time, if that's
Okay.
okay. This one here. Grab a couple more here. I would call Chris Hansen.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanson, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cook, you may begin.
Thank you. Can you state your full name for the record?
Christian Edward Hansen.
Where do you currently reside?
I reside in Castle Pines, Colorado.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a petroleum engineering consultant.
I'd like to talk with you about your CV and your background, Mr. Hansen. In the exhibit binder in front of you, can you turn to Exhibit 4? Are you familiar with Exhibit 4?
Yes,
And can you tell us what that is?
that's my resume or CV describing my work history and experience and education and other credentials.
I would offer Exhibit 4.
Is this exhibit 4 with the addendum?
And maybe I should clarify on that. I believe if you turn to the second to last page, is there additional materials in Exhibit 4 beyond your credentials?
Yes, there's also a CV for Mr. David Gerbig, who is our facilities consultant.
Okay, and can you explain a little bit about Mr. Gerbig's involvement in this case?
Mr. Gerbig is active in installing saltwater gathering systems in the Williston Basin currently. He has an extensive history of doing so, and we contracted with him to provide capital cost and operating expense estimates for the pipeline system that we will be describing.
Okay, and did you consult with Mr. Gerbig about his qualifications that are contained in Exhibit 4?
I did. I was recommended Mr. Gerbig through a mutual acquaintance, and felt he was definitely qualified to consult with us on what we were needing.
Did you rely on Mr. Gerbig's analysis and your expert analysis?
Yes, I did. I relied on his capital cost estimates and also his operating cost estimates for both gathering and saltwater disposal.
Okay. I would offer Exhibit 4.
I don't have any objection to Mr. Hanson's CV. I would object to Mr. Gerbig's CV as that's hearsay. He's not going to be testifying as far as I know.
Well, to the extent Mr. Hanson has relied upon or consulted with Mr. Gerbig, I think I'll admit the exhibit over your objection, and we'll give it the appropriate weight that it's due.
Mr. Hanson, I'd like to walk through some items on your CV with you. Can you give us an understanding of your educational background to begin?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in petroleum engineering from the Colorado School of Mines in 1985. And I later pursued a Master's of Science degree from the School of Mines, also in petroleum engineering.
Okay. Are you a registered engineer?
Yes, I'm registered in 3 states, Colorado, Wyoming, and Texas.
And what field of engineering do you practice in?
My primary specialization is in reservoir engineering, but I also consult in completions and operations engineering as well.
Okay. Can you walk us through your work history after you graduated in 1985?
Yes, my first employment was with Mobile E&P US in Snyder, Texas, where I was a production engineer and responsible for various production engineering responsibilities, including artificial lift and design and optimization. From 1988 to 91, I was in Midland, Texas as a senior reservoir engineer and was the asset team leader for a large CO2 flood. In 1991, I changed companies to Bass Enterprises in Midland, Texas, and I was responsible for reservoir and production engineering responsibilities in several different fields and worked various reservoirs and conducted reservoir studies to optimize the present value of those fields. From 1995 to 98, I was transferred to Denver, where I was a division reservoir specialist, and I was responsible for large acid restimulation program in a field in Wyoming. And I was heavily involved in optimizing the design of those with on-site quality control and reservoir modeling to justify and to optimize our refrac designs.
Okay. Let's talk a little in depth about your experience on the next item listed there from 1998 to 2004. Can you tell us about your experience at EOG?
Yes. I was a project reservoir engineer with EOG for 6 years, where I had primarily reservoir responsibilities, which in general consist of optimizing developments and values of properties, optimizing the net present value of properties through various means, including reservoir simulation, reservoir description, for both primary and secondary reservoir projects. This also included EOG's early entry into the Williston Basin over in Richland County, and I was responsible for some of the initial completion designs and putting together multidisciplinary reservoir studies with other professionals to determine what the optimal spacing might be and also the optimal completion design as we understood the Bakken at that time. So I believe I was one of the first reservoir engineers actually to be working the Bakken.
Okay. And you also talk in your description for EOG about identifying drilling opportunities, performing economic evaluation of operated wells. Can you tell us a little bit about that type of work?
Yeah, we're always monitoring the performance of wells and their economics and looking for opportunities to enhance the present value of wells through various means, including potentially re-stimulations and other rework opportunities. So that was an ongoing responsibility that I had. And of course, we're always looking at acquisitions and various divestitures as well, with EOG being the company that it was.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you provided some testimony before the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission.
Yeah, I was responsible for conducting a feasibility study for a deep frontier water flood, and it was unusual in that it was a volatile oil reservoir. So I provided the exhibits and testimony and the justification for the secondary unit approval before the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission, and was largely responsible for getting that unit approved.
Where did you work after EOG?
After EOG, I worked for Bill Barrett Corporation in Denver, and
Tell us a little bit about that experience.
I was the asset manager, where we managed a large unconventional gas field development in the Piceance Basin, and it was a large development comprising 3 drilling rigs, and we were drilling about 110 wells per year. It also involved extensive facilities expansion and water management, regulatory compliance, landowner negotiations, and et cetera. The team consisted of 12 professionals and 10 field personnel and was a significant contributor to the bottom line of Bill Barrett. My team and I would develop some of the first, what we would call green completions, which were flowback procedures, which would minimize the fugitive emissions coming off of these flowback operations. And that was critical because we were in the middle of a somewhat of a residential area with small ranchettes. So we had to be very concerned with the effects on the neighborhood. And we were actually commended by the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission for our efforts along those lines.
Okay. And you reference in your work at Bill Barrett, working on facilities expansion and regulatory compliance. What does that mean exactly?
Well, developing 110 wells new gas wells per year involved a lot of associated facilities requirements, which required planning ahead to be able to bring the wells online as they're completed. So such the facilities are not the bottleneck. So there was a lot of planning to prepare for the new production that was coming online.
Okay. And then the last item on Bill Barrett I'll ask you about is, did you work related to North Dakota in that job?
I had various, yes, actually, we analyzed or actually had properties in North Dakota and looked at various deals that I was involved in. But it wasn't the main focus of my job there.
And my reference was to the last sentence there. It says, conducted evaluations of large property acquisitions and divestitures in Utah, North Dakota, which included forecasts of existing wells and estimation of upside recovery potential.
Yes, again, a continuing responsibility of a reservoir engineer is to conduct property evaluations and look for potential acquisition candidates and ways that, or identify properties that have some upside potential that you can enhance the value of after you acquire them. So those were in Utah and North Dakota. And the North Dakota was, as I recall, I don't believe that was in the Bakken, but nonetheless, it was related to just our ongoing efforts at identifying acquisitions.
Okay. What did you do after you left Bill Barrett?
After Bill Barrett, I went on my own and started my own petroleum engineering consulting practice in 2007.
Is that your current occupation?
It is.
And can you tell us what you do in that role as a petroleum engineering consultant?
Well, I assist clients who are primarily smaller, non-operated interest holders to understand their properties in the same way that I would help, that I've described for larger companies. And again, along the reservoir engineering, completions engineering, and production engineering capacities, also advising them on their operations in just a multitude of ways that, and I've had dozens of clients over the last 15 years, including domestic and international clients, and have also been asked back to two of my previous employers to conduct work for them after I had departed from them.
Okay. How would you describe the scope of your expertise as a petroleum engineer?
I believe I have fairly large scope in experience, and I've had a broad experience base to build on from that. I've taken a lot of effort to enhance my skills in various areas, and I've looked for opportunities to do that. And so I've taken on jobs that that stretch one as an engineer and require one to learn maybe different facets of completions or production operations. But I think I would be generally describe myself as being having a broad experience base.
Did you have occasion, or do you have occasion to work in your role as a petroleum engineering consultant in the Bakken region?
Yes, I've worked in the Bakken for various clients over the years, over the last 15 years.
Okay. And not going to go through each of these, but I'd like to follow up on a couple of the summary of clients and projects that you have listed. Can you tell us a little bit, for example, about your experience at Burr Energy Corporation?
Yes, Burr Energy is actually a operator in the Williston Basin in the Glenburn field, and I've represented them before the North Dakota Commission on some issues in the past few years, as I recall. But did a large project for them to look at the upside potential of a field that a coal company was trying to pay primary production for, but it actually had secondary recovery potential, which added the value. And that was the basis for the dispute that I worked on there and testified as an expert also for that case.
Okay. And there's a reference there to issues like water flood feasibility. What is that reference?
That's conducting a study of a field currently under primary development and looking at attributes and that might make it amenable to secondary recovery, water flooding. And it involves looking at analog fields that are under the same development and many other factors. And ultimately, you look at if it's an economically feasible project and one that will provide a return.
Okay. What about your experience at Fulbright and Jaworski? Can you tell us a little bit about that, such as evaluating aspects of well completion for an estimate of damages in a litigation case?
Yes, there was a client of Fulbright's that was the defendant in this case, and one of their working interest partners had a claim that they had improperly recompleted a well and were claiming damages. And my job was to go in and look at the recompletion and how it was conducted, and also look in depth at the formation evaluation and confirm that what type of recovery might be expected from the reservoir given the various petrophysical properties of it, and ultimately giving an opinion on whether or not there was damages or misapplication of any kind of procedures that damaged their well.
And you also reference your experience at Holland and Hart for estimating project development costs. It mentions drilling, completion, pipelines, infrastructure for a $25 million project for a potential litigation case. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, that involved an area in the Piceance Basin for the client was wanting to go in and drill and test an area of the Piceance Basin. And as I recall, there was a dispute with the BLM as to their access, and they were trying to justify the economics of the program in their case. So that's what I did. I looked at costs and drilling completion, looked at some infrastructure, including pipelines, what it would take to access that area.
Last two that I'll ask you about, the Warburg Pincus item that says advising a private equity firm on valuation of a $400 million property acquisition, including producing wells.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was engaged with Warburg in the about 2009 to advise them on an acquisition that they were looking at to fund a new project with a new team that would manage this property, and I was looking at the overall feasibility and the price they were looking at paying and how much additional development there was. So,
Okay. And then there's an item for the Sturm Group. Can you tell us what that is?
yes, that's my current client involved in this case. That's Versa Energy, owned by Mr. Sturm in Denver, and currently managing all operated and non-operated properties in the Williston Basin. That is, he's slowly divesting of his oil and gas properties, so that aspect is coming to an end. I'm currently still managing a few remaining items on his operated wells that involve plugging and reclamation.
Okay. Can you tell us about what you do to manage Versa's operated and non-operated properties in the Williston Basin?
Well, for the operated properties, looking at in the artificial lift and making sure the design is optimized to minimize failures, and looking at the chemical program, again, to minimize failures and operating costs. That's the general work that I did for them there. And then as far, and then managing the plugging and abandonments, we had to plug a few wells as well. And far as the non-op interests, which relate to the Bakken we're talking about here, it was looking at AFEs that would be coming in from the operators and evaluating the economics of those, and then advising my client on whether to participate or not.
How long have you been involved with Versa?
Since 2014.
And what types of interests does Versa hold in North Dakota?
Primarily non-operated interests, or they used to.
Okay.
They've since sold out.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with Exhibit 1?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a listing of all the wells that Versa shared an interest in with Equinor.
And how does that relate to this case?
These are the wells that are connected to a gathering system that we're claiming overcharges for gathering of produced water.
Were you involved in putting together Exhibit 1?
I was.
I would offer Exhibit 1.
No objection.
Exhibit 1 is received.
Can you walk us through a little bit about how many interests Versa has in North Dakota?
Well, as far as Equinor operated wells, they had a total of 116 wells. One of the wells is not included in this list, I don't believe. Yeah, it's shown at the bottom of page 3, but that is one well that had water trucked instead of gathered by a pipeline, so it's not part of the group of wells involved in this case.
And that's the Johnson well.
That's right, in Montana.
Okay, so there'd be 115 wells that are involved in this case then?
That's correct.
And you indicated Versa holds other interests aside from the interest in these wells?
Not any longer, no.
Okay, at one point though it did?
It did, and it had, there were other similar non-operated interests with operators by several other larger companies active in the Williston Basin, like Hess and Continental, Marathon, Whiting,
Okay.
and a few other odds and ends.
I think you mentioned this, but the 115 wells here were all operated by Equinor?
Yes.
Okay. Which counties are the wells that Versa holds an interest in that were operated by Equinor as shown on Exhibit 1?
Well, it shows McKenzie, Williams, and Montreal.
And is there any particular area that the interests are more concentrated in?
Yes, the Williams County has the bulk of the interests that Versa owned an interest in.
And what time period are we talking about for the interest depicted on Exhibit 1?
They acquired their interest in 2013.
Does this Exhibit 1 accurately depict the spacing units tied to these wells?
Yes, that's a designation, my own designation for what the drilling and spacing unit is, including the township, the range, and the 1,280 acre DSU, the sections.
And you
All
also,
of these wells are 2-mile laterals.
okay. You also have a category listed here for disposal well. Can you tell us about that?
Right, that's the primary Equinor-owned disposal well serving each of these wells. There may be other disposal wells connected to the same gathering system, which are third-party wells. But these are the primary Equinor-owned saltwater disposal wells serving each of these wells.
Okay, how many spacing units are involved in this case, if you recall?
I'd have to count them up. I think there are about 18 or 19.
And on the disposal wells, is there any particular disposal well that is involved more heavily in this case?
Well, we'll be looking at the bulk of the interests that we'll be describing are concentrated in an area that we call the David Nelson SWD area. And so that well serves a total of 83 wells that Versa owned an interest in.
And does this exhibit also accurately depict Versa's working interest in each well?
Yes. Over to the far right, I've shown the working interest and the net revenue interest previously owned by Versa. So fairly small interests, but the claim that we have, the overcharges have added up over time.
Okay. What was the relationship then between Equinor and Versa related to this case?
Equinor was the operator, and Versa was the non-operated interest.
And let's talk about how that relationship would work in terms of what costs were billed out from Equinor to Versa. What would Equinor charge Versa in connection with that relationship?
Well, they charge us for all the drilling and completion costs, all the facilities costs, and those would be typically covered under an AFE number and billed separately from the ongoing operating expenses that we would see monthly as well. And we would get a large invoice, as you can imagine, PDF file describing all the different categories of expenses.
Okay. Were you involved with that, those joint interest billing statements that would be received monthly?
Yes, part of my responsibility was analyzing, not only for Equinor, but for all the operators, what their expenses were over time, and just monitoring and surveilling what they were doing, and making sure that they were in line with their AFEs and so forth.
And this case involves a cost dispute. Were you involved in the origins of this cost dispute?
I was.
How so?
Well, I was, as part of my work in looking at the various operators and their expenses structure, I noticed that Equinor was certainly among the highest, had the highest lease operating expenses of the companies that Versa had operations with. And so over a course of events, I came to realize that they were charging quite a bit to dispose of water via pipeline, and charging rates that I didn't feel were anywhere close to what their actual costs were.
And why didn't you feel that?
Just doing some rough calculations on the costs of the capital costs that would be involved, and also the ongoing operating costs of operating a saltwater gathering system. Of course, it was just ballpark until we involved a facilities consultant. But that was the first inklings that I had of the situation.
Okay, and what did you do after you became aware or had those suspicions raised?
Well, in 2020, we contacted Equinor and expressed some concerns over expenses that we felt were too high, and not only saltwater disposal, but generally personnel charges that were quite a bit higher than what we were seeing in other operators. And so we raised the issue with Equinor directly and tried to work out and get more information from them on what their actual costs were. But we really haven't they really haven't gotten any additional cost information even after all this discovery. And so we tried to come to terms outside of this process, but now we find ourselves here. But yeah.
Okay, let's get into your analysis in this case. Can you give us a general overview of what you did related to this case to analyze these charges?
Yes. So, again, looking at the capital and operating costs for the area, which is a subset of Equinor's overall gathering system, and looking at the water volumes that they were moving, what they had moved, I calculated a per barrel cost. And again, which includes an allowance for capital recovery as well for what they invested in the system. And when you compare that to what the actual charges were, and we didn't really know to begin with what they were charging. We received that information from Equinor, and so we could see that their charges for gathering, for transportation gathering costs were much, much higher than what we were calculating as their actual costs.
Okay, what sources of information have you reviewed to conduct your analysis in this case?
Public production and injection data, and then some other data provided by Equinor through Discovery.
Okay, what types of public injection data are you looking at?
Water volumes.
Okay. And have you obtained other information from Equinor throughout this case relevant to your analysis?
We have received, yes, some information on what well pads are connected to what gathering systems, and other information on what the invoices have been over time, and how much water they have billed out for gathering and disposal.
You alluded to this earlier, but have you received everything that you requested?
No. We've requested detailed cost information on what it costs to install the gathering system, the Nelson SWD system in particular, and have not received any of that, nor operating cost information, which would be fairly easy to provide.
Okay. In the absence of Equinor providing that type of data, what have you done to try and determine those costs?
Well, as I mentioned, working with our facilities consultant, we identified the area that, a certain gathering area, the Nelson area, the wells that were being gathered by that system, and did the detailed cost analysis on that.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 5.
Oh,
This is the larger paper exhibit here. Are you familiar with Exhibit 5?
yes, I created Exhibit 5.
And what is Exhibit 5?
is my exhibits outlining our case as to how Equinor has overcharged Versa for saltwater gathering.
I would offer Exhibit 5.
No objection.
Exhibit 5 is received and admitted.
And before we start with Exhibit 5, does Exhibit 5 detail all of your analysis in this case?
Yes.
Did you do other calculations or work that aren't reflected in Exhibit 5?
Yes, possibly.
Have you prepared other materials, workbook materials or spreadsheets in connection with this case?
Yes, some spreadsheets.
Okay,
that we've-
tell me about that.
Well, those are spreadsheet calculating in detail, month to month, the water production from Versa joint interest wells, and calculating the amount of water that was disposed of as well, and determining, based on our cost analysis and Equinor's actual charges, a compilation of those by gathering area where Versa owned wells.
Okay. And we've marked as Exhibit 6, a workbook of Chris Hansen Equinor gathering areas, and Exhibit 7, and before you flip through, I should mention, these are all on a flash drive, they're not in the binder. Exhibit 7 is a workbook of Chris Hansen, David Nelson, SWD1. Exhibit 8, workbook of Chris Hansen, Equinor 6 gathering areas. And then Exhibit 9 is workbook of Chris Hansen, Versa production forecast. Did you prepare each of those workbooks?
Yes.
And how do those workbooks relate to what's in Exhibit 5 that we'll be going through today?
Exhibit 5 would provide summary details of the calculations contained in those workbooks.
Okay. And so would the workbooks have more detailed calculations
Yes,
underlying what's reflected in the summary of Exhibit 5?
yes.
I would offer Exhibits 6 through 9 as well.
Have you provided?
And they should be provided in the flash drive because they were voluminous spreadsheets that I don't plan on detailing today. Should be able to.
No, he said they're not in the binder.
Don't believe I have 12 copies of the flash drive, but I do have a flash drive here.
Thank you.
I guess I'd object to the extent I don't think these exhibits are actually going to be gone through at the hearing. Obviously, they're just on the flash drive. And these are also hearsay. I don't believe it's hearsay that Mr. Hansen has relied upon. It sounds like it's hearsay that Mr. Hansen has generated in preparation or in anticipation of this hearing. So I guess we'd object to sort of the mass introduction of these four exhibits.
Was this information provided in discovery to?
This was provided along with our expert witness disclosure, and the intent is to use Exhibit 5 as Rule 1006 summary. The underlying calculations are reflected in the workbook, and so it would be more efficient, rather than walking through detailed calculations that are reflected there, to focus on the summary page in Exhibit 5.
And counsel, you have received these exhibits prior to this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Objections overruled and exhibits are admitted.
So I'd like to spend some time on Exhibit 5 with you, Mr. Hansen. Let's start on page labeled Versa 00003. And it's labeled Summary and Overview on the left. Can you tell us the summary slides here at the outset what you'll be talking about today?
Yes, I intended to summarize in these next few slides in a concise format the crux of Versa's case regarding Equinor's overcharges
Okay, and
to Versa.
let's start with number 1 here on page 3.
Okay. We intend to show in this exhibit the following. Number 1, Equinor Energy, EELP, contracts with sister company Equinor Pipelines LLC, also known as EPL, to gather and dispose of water at a rate set by the company. The contract rate is determined from a survey of third-party trucking providers in the basin, which it calls a fair tender process. And I think we've already touched on all those points.
And you've talked about Equinor Energy as being the operator of the wells in which Versa has a working interest. What's your understanding of the relationship between Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines?
My understanding that they're wholly owned subsidiaries of Equinor and are sister companies that transact business between one another.
And what's your understanding of the business activity that Equinor Pipelines would be handling?
They provide the transportation of water via pipeline off of the well pads that are connected to a gathering system. And they send that water to various saltwater disposal wells.
Okay. Can you turn to Exhibit 2 in the binder? Can you tell us what's reflected in Exhibit 2?
Well, it's a organizational chart that we were provided through Discovery showing where Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines were. The reporting structure, it looks like to me. I couldn't go into detail on what this represents, but we see Equinor Pipelines in one of the green boxes, reporting up through Equinor Natural Gas, and we see Equinor Energy down in the lower right-hand portion in red, reporting up through Equinor Exploration Company. And so generally, our understanding is that they're affiliate or sister companies
Okay.
that report up through the to the main parent.
And were you provided this in Discovery in this case?
Yes, I believe we were.
And does this reflect, to your understanding, what the corporate relationship is between the entities in this case?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, like I said, I don't know exactly how all the interrelationships represented here, but yeah, generally.
I would offer Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Exhibit is admitted and received.
So bottom line with Exhibit 2 is, do Equinor Energy, the operator, and Equinor Pipelines share the same parent to your knowledge?
To my understanding, yes.
And that would be Equinor US Holdings in yellow there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'd like to go back to Exhibit 5. Now, you said that Equinor Energy contracts with sister company Equinor Pipelines. What's your understanding of what that means with the contract?
Well, they transferred their assets upstream. Equinor Energy transferred their saltwater assets to Equinor Pipelines in 2016, from what we've been told. And so they transferred the management of that system to Equinor Pipelines. And Equinor Pipelines bills Equinor Energy for services that they provide with those saltwater gathering and disposal assets.
Okay. Can you turn to Exhibit 3?
Yeah.
What's your understanding of what Exhibit 3 is?
My understanding is that this was a gathering and disposal agreement between Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines that was inked sometime, I believe, around the second fair tender process sometime
Okay, and it's dated
It's January 2020, so it would be right after the second fair tender process.
And when you referred in your slides to Equinor Energy contracting with Equinor Pipelines, is this the contract you're referencing?
Yes,
Was this provided to you in discovery in this case by Equinor?
yes.
I would offer Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Exhibit is admitted and received.
Couple follow-ups for you on this Exhibit 3 before we go back. So page 3, which is base numbered EQU 0631. There's an obligation to deliver. It says the producer or Equinor shall tender for delivery all the forecasted produced water from wells connected to saltwater gathering systems up to the capacity of the applicable saltwater disposal wells. What's your understanding of how that was structured between these entities?
Just generally that Equinor Pipelines wants Equinor Energy to commit their produced water volumes to them.
To that, so Equinor Energy committing the produced water to the pipeline?
Equinor Pipeline, yes.
Okay. And so what's your understanding of how the produced water would be transported between these companies then?
Well, my understanding is that custody is transferred to Equinor Pipelines via a custody transfer meter, which they describe in here as well as one of the points of custody transfer between Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines. And those custody transfer meters, I believe, are located on water transfer skids, located on each well pad.
In paragraph 8, and this is on page 5 of that exhibit, has a specific provision about custody that you're referencing here. What's your understanding of who was in custody of produced water at various points?
Well, it describes specifically how Equinor Pipelines is going to take custody of the water. And again, for wells, for water that is sent to their pipeline, the custody transfer meter serves as the point at which custody is transferred. Either that, or in the case when water is trucked, they will accept custody at their actual owned SWD.
Okay, and is there a distinction in custody between if it's pipeline transportation or truck transportation?
Yes, it's clear from this and also other discovery documents that Equinor Pipelines does not involve itself in any water trucking. That is all done with the upstream entity. That's all controlled by them,
Okay.
paid for and ordered and directly from the upstream.
Paragraph 3 on page 3 talks about a gathering fee and a disposal fee. What's your understanding of how the gathering fee was determined by Equinor?
Through their fair tender process.
And what is that?
To our understanding, that's a survey of trucking providers to determine what they can justify in terms of what their alternative would be if the water was trucked instead of gathered. And also a survey of water disposal operations to justify their SWD charges.
And I'd like to go back to Exhibit 5, and I think we'll be done flipping back and forth now. Let's stay on Exhibit 5 here for a while. You talk about the fair tender process on bullet point 1, page 3, and then the next page, page 4, elaborates a little more on this fair tender process that you just described. Can you tell us about what you stated in bullet point 2 on page 4?
Yes, the fair tender process, as we've already described, relates to water trucking and is not representative of the actual method of water transportation that is used. Equinor has installed pipeline gathering systems connecting 95% of its producing wells directly to SWD wells. The tariffs Equinor is charging for gathering are fictitious and are not based on actual costs.
And why do you say they're fictitious and not based on actual costs?
because they're based on a more expensive, basically inferior transportation method to pipeline.
Tell me more about that.
Well, water transportation is generally recognized as an expensive and fairly impactful method to move water, and pipeline is much preferable for many different reasons. And it's just not representative in any way of what their actual costs are.
And why would pipeline be preferable and, or trucking be inferior, as you've talked about?
Well, moving trucks around, it exposes you to various hazards and risks of loss and damage of different kinds. And pipeline is in place, it's out of the way, it's generally reliable in terms of its availability and its operations, and much more environmentally friendly.
And you mentioned before that not only is the trucking inferior to pipeline, but you talked about a little bit with the cost difference that would be expected between those different methods in terms of what it would cost to operate those. Can you
Yeah.
elaborate on that?
Well, I think just looking at what it takes to truck water several miles from a producing well to a disposal well, the size of transports are typically 100 barrels or so, 200 barrels of water, and it with the cost of the equipment and the trucking time that it takes to move the water that distance, it's just a more expensive transportation method
As compared to pipeline?
as compared to pipeline.
Where does the 95% figure come from in bullet point 2?
That's my number.
And how did you arrive at that?
Just looking at the total number of wells that are connected to a gathering system versus not,
Okay.
that Equinor operates.
Bullet point 3 on your summary page, page 5, has some more figures. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this summarizes the total charges that Versa is claiming as overcharges. And this again is for the period of, from when Versa took ownership, or actually the gathering system startup for the Nelson well in and around November of 2013 through February 1st, 2022. Versa has been charged an average of $1.96 per barrel of water for gathering. And however, we estimate that Equinor's actual cost is 35 cents a barrel. And that includes an allowance for capital recovery. This is an overcharge of $1.61 per barrel of water. Through 2022, Versa's share of produced water has been just over 645 barrels of water. That's their working interest share, with overcharges totaling just over $909,000. And that would also be $1.15 million, including a statutory interest consideration.
Okay, and I think you said 645 barrels, 645,000 barrels, is that
Oh,
accurate?
did I misstate that? Yes, 645,000 barrels.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about the total overcharges there. You have 909,000 or 1.1 million. What do you mean by that?
Well, the 1.1 million would be the interest that would have accrued at statutory rate of 6% from the time that of the overcharge back in time through 2020, January 2022. That would be the accrued interest of the overcharge for each well, for each month.
Okay, and we'll talk a little more about how you arrived at those figures, but let's close out your summary first. The next one on the page 6 is bullet point 4, and you talk about discovery in this case. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think we've identified some documents which clearly reveal that our analysis is legitimate and that it is consistent with another analysis, looking at it from a net present value standpoint, which we'll describe. And the document also shows that the Equinor subsidiaries, upstream and midstream, are clearly not arm's length entities. And I think, as we've already alluded to, these subsidiaries have been used to create the illusion that its saltwater fees are arm's length transactions to systematically exploit its upstream working interest partners. This is a violation of NDCC 380808, which allows an operator to charge only its actual and reasonable costs.
And what's your opinion on how that statute applies to this case?
Well, it's pretty clear that the commission doesn't expect that an operator is going to profit off of its non-operating working interest partners. I think in the past, there shouldn't have to be a statute, put it that way, that specifies this, that an operator can profit off its non-operated partners. But unfortunately, I'm glad there is one for this case, but you wouldn't imagine that an operator would actually do that. I mean, in the past, I've always thought of an operator having a certain fiduciary responsibility to its non-operated partners to look after their best interests as well. And clearly, Equinor has not looked after the best interest of its non-op partners.
So are Equinor and Versa, is that relationship different from a typical third-party relationship, in your opinion?
Yes, absolutely. I believe the statute addresses the operator, non-operator relationship specifically, instead of two third parties doing arm's length business that aren't related as partners, as joint interest partners in a well.
And then the last summary point on page 7, this is bullet point 5. Can you tell us about what you state in that?
Yes, Versa's also seeking compensation, even though they've sold their properties as of February 1st, 2022, given that Versa's sale price was impaired from the overcharges and reductions to future cash flows and fair market value that their buyer would have clearly recognized. This is Equinor's liability, given that it profited from these future, overcharges with the sale of this illegal structure to Grayson Mill. The present value of these future overcharges is $908,000, which is a PV present value discounted at 10%.
And why do you connect Versa's sale of its interest with Equinor's sale of their interests?
Well, Equinor actually describes how the profits of EPL are directly a liability of upstream, and also the NPV, the positive NPV of one company, how it shifts between companies in equal but opposite value between companies with their SWD operations. So this is an example of how they have directly profited from Versa by continuing this structure of overcharging that they have now transferred to Grayson Mill. If this overcharging did not exist when they sold to Grayson Mill, we would now be paying actual costs conceivably for the water and wouldn't have this continued impairment to future cash flows. But this is all tied in with the sale price that Versa received.
Okay, and we'll go through that later on in a little more detail to explain that more, but let's go to your presentation outline on page 8.
Council, I need to take a quick break, but, so probably a quick 5 or 10 minute break, but before I do that, I should have asked, is exhibits 6, 7, 8, 9, are those in Excel format or are they in PDF format?
They're in Excel format, and that was part of the issue, is converting it to PDF would have produced a large volume of paper, and that's why we sought to just leave it on the flash drive.
Well, I'm not sure that we can add an Excel document.
But I'd asked Bethany before about that, and she had indicated that that would be allowable,
can.
I guess, but
Okay. I guess the other thing I'd add, the whole purpose of a 1006 exhibit is so that you don't have to include that additional information into the record. And but if you need to, I understand.
right, and I guess the intent is simply that if there's questions about, how did you arrive at this number, something like that, that's all explained in more depth in those workbooks. So it basically fleshes out the analysis more.
Oh, I understand that. I don't anticipate that we'll be able to go through the workbooks during the actual hearing, and that'll be up to the cross-examination, I assume. But I just want to touch base on that before we go too far down the line from those exhibits. So with that, let's close the record at temporary close the record at 10:17 and take a quick break. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back on the record. It's 10:27. Just remind you, Mr. Hanson, that you continue to be under oath, and so, Mr. Cook, you may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, we left off at page 8 of your summary on Exhibit 5, and this is labeled a presentation outline. Can you tell the commission what you'll be presenting today?
Yes. So this following slides in this presentation, we'll go over the following items. We'll look at some key dates related to Versa's claim. We'll look at an overview of Equinor's SWD operations in the Williston Basin and specifically identify the focus of Versa's claim. We'll look at the cost estimates and profitability of the David Nelson SWD gathering system. And then, based on the results of that detailed work, we'll look at the determination of Versa's gathering overcharges for all the other areas as well. We'll then look at some information that Versa feels confirms their analysis from discovery. One being the relationship of Equinor subsidiaries. We'll look at the determination of profits from saltwater operations as indicated by NPV analysis. And then finally, we'll compare the saltwater system profits indicated by that analysis with Versa's estimates of gathering overcharges, where profits then equal overcharges. And finally, we'll look at our rationale for the claim on future overcharges.
Okay, let's start then with page 9, the key dates.
Okay, and July 1st, 2011, Statoil entered the Williston Basin with the purchase of Brigham. And then in 2012 to 2013, Statoil Upstream installs SWD gathering systems and ramps up new well developments to about 10 completions per month.
And what is Statoil?
Statoil was just the previous name of Equinor.
Okay. And then what happened in September of 2013 to continue on the key dates?
Okay, as of September 1st, Versa had acquired all its interests in Statoil operated properties. And then in November of 2013, the David Nelson SWD gathering system starts up, which is again the focus of our analysis.
And how did you determine that that's when the David Nelson system started up?
That's when the first injection began into the David Nelson SWD well. And so we assumed that the gathering system was up and operational at that point in time.
And then the next one is a late 2015 entry. What happened then?
Well, that's when we see the first fair tender process, which was conducted by Statoil. And again, it's used to justify their saltwater tariffs.
Okay, in 2016?
That's when Statoil Upstream transferred its saltwater assets to Statoil Midstream, Statoil Pipelines, as it was called.
And so what was your understanding of the arrangement prior to 2016?
I believe the upstream entity billed out comparable charges as they ultimately determined with the first fair tender process prior to that point in time. And the first tender process was just a way to formalize the charges that that Statoil Pipelines began to charge.
And what about with the saltwater assets specifically? What was your understanding of how those were held prior to 2016?
Completely within the upstream entity.
Okay. So Equinor would have held both the upstream operating assets as well as the midstream
Right.
assets with transportation and gathering, to your understanding?
To my understanding, the upstream Equinor Energy, Statoil Oil and Gas did the installation of the bulk of the saltwater gathering systems.
And then after 2016, Equinor Energy operates the wells and Equinor Pipelines is operating the gathering system.
That's, yes, to my understanding, that's right.
Okay. What about the July 1st, 2019 date?
Okay, that's when Equinor Pipelines conducted its second fair tender process and revised all its tariffs for gathering and disposal.
And then the last two reference sales, what are those entries for?
Yes, and January 1st, 2021 was the transfer date for Equinor's upstream assets as well as its saltwater gathering assets to Grayson Mill. And then in effective February 1, 2022, Versa sells its interests in the Equinor, which were then now operated by Grayson Mill, operated properties.
Okay. So we proceed on Exhibit 5. Page 10 is an overview of Equinor's SWD operations, and let's go ahead to page 11, which is entitled Equinor's 6 SWD gathering areas. Can you tell us what is reflected on this slide at page 11?
Yeah, the map on the right shows Equinor's 6 gathering areas that they have named, as shown on the legend to the right. Within these 6 gathering areas, there are a total of 716 producing wells and 17 saltwater disposal wells. 5 of the 17 disposal wells are third-party wells that are interconnected to their gathering system. And again, these wells represent about 95% of all the wells that Equinor operated as being connected to a gathering system. The charts to the left on top is just the monthly production rates being produced from all these producing wells. And the last data I have shows approximately a million barrels of oil being produced per month and about 2 million barrels of water per month. Of course, what's of interest to this case is the water production and the water disposal volumes, as shown in the middle chart on the left, where the water production is in blue and the disposal is in purple. And you can see that there's generally a very good correlation between the two. It's not perfect because the disposal wells also have allowed outside water to be trucked to their disposal sites. But in general, I think we can safely assume that most of these disposal wells have been committed primarily to Equinor's production volumes.
Okay.
And then the bottom chart just shows you the active well count as Equinor has developed their properties and drilled more wells. It also shows the around the COVID time when wells were shut in for whatever reason. The 6 gathering areas have produced about 249 million barrels of water since 2012. And of that, about 218 million barrels has been actually gathered via EPL-owned pipelines.
And you mentioned that I think third parties would be able to inject into Equinor's saltwater disposal wells.
Well, they'd be able to deliver water to their facilities for disposal, yes.
Would they be allowed to use the gathering system?
Not according to their discovery, no. They would not allow third-party operators to connect up to their system for the purpose of water disposal. They have connected to third-party gathering systems, which they have sent some of their water to that have taken some of their water, but they do not allow third-party water to be transported in their system.
Okay. Let's move ahead to page 12, which is entitled Equinor Wells Not Connected to a Gathering System.
Yeah, this is just for completeness, to show what wells were not connected to a system. And you can see that some of these wells have subsequently been sold to Kraken, I presume from Grayson Mill. But again, it's just showing you that these wells are not part of our claim as they had trucked volumes instead of pipeline volumes.
Okay, and then how many wells did Versa have that were related to this
There's,
issue?
there's one Versa well, which is identified by the red circle on the map.
And would that be I think it was the Johnson you testified to
The
earlier?
Johnson well, that's
Okay.
correct.
So let's go to page 13, which would be the subject of Versa's claim in this matter then?
That's right. This shows all the wells that Versa owned an interest in. There's 115 wells here, which are connected to a particular gathering system. And again, the bulk of the well ownership is concentrated in what we refer to as the David Nelson system. And that is identified on the map where that is located. And that is the subject of our detailed cost analysis. And this area is handled cumulatively 83% of Versa's share of produced water.
And where's that located?
I'll show you on the next slide. First, I wanted to mention on slide 13 that the middle graph shows Versa's working interest share of water production over time, and it's averaged about 6,500 barrels of water per month.
And how did you determine that?
That's just adding up water production and multiplying it by Versa's working interest and adding it all up for any given month from public production data. The next slide shows just zooming out again and showing the David Nelson SWD system in context with all the other gathering areas. Again, just for context.
And where's the David, it says component system of the Williams gathering area at the top?
That's correct. And the slide 15 shows the Williams gathering area and the Nelson system as a component which resides in the northeast part of the Williams gathering area.
Okay. You touched on this before, but slide 14 says Nelson SWD gathering system subject to Versa cost analysis. Why did you decide to focus on the David Nelson SWD system?
Just because it has handled 83% of Versa's share of produced water over the years. And so it would be most representative it makes the most sense to do a detailed cost analysis on that area instead of having to look at all the areas and trying to cost out the entire gathering system. We thought that that area would be a representative sampling, which we could justify and show what their actual costs are.
Okay. And then on page 14, is there any distinction between the graphs on the left from the earlier slides?
No,
Okay. Page 15, you mentioned that it says area accounts for about 84% of SWD charges to Versa. Is that the Nelson system or Williams area?
well, yeah, there's just about another percentage of production for a few more wells that the Williams area then gathered about 84% of the water that is owned by Versa. It was disposed of by Versa.
And how did you determine that 83% went through the David Nelson system?
Just looking at the specific wells in that area.
Okay. And what types of information would you be looking at?
The total water production of Versa and then the relative proportion that is produced in that area. Again, the working interest share over time for each well.
Let's go to page 16. This is entitled Equinor David Nelson SWD System. Can you tell us what's reflected in this slide?
Yeah, this then zooms in on the area that we conducted a detailed cost analysis of, and it's consists of 94 total producing wells and 2 saltwater disposal wells, one of which is third-party, as identified there, and also then shows the location of the David Nelson well. And all of the wells shown on this map are connected up via gathering line to both of these disposal wells, which I'll show you.
Okay, so the 2 wells listed are the saltwater disposal wells related to this system?
That's right.
And you mentioned the third party, is that the Ergens?
That's correct.
So third party operates that, Equinor Pipelines operates the David Nelson SWD?
That's,
that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. What
And-
about the graphs on the left
Okay.
and how those relate to your earlier slides?
Well, the oil and gas production is not a particular concern to our case here, but the water production in the middle graph, and then shows the total water production from the 94 wells. Of course, they didn't all exist for the complete time period, but for any wells on production. And then the 2 water disposal wells, and you can see how those volumes correlate pretty well. It looks like the third-party well has accepted quite a bit of third-party water in addition to just the water that's being delivered by the gathering system.
Let's spend a little bit of time on page 17, which is called disposition of produced water. Can you tell us generally what you're trying to show with this page?
Yeah, I'm showing for the 95% of Equinor oil wells that are connected to a gathering system, what the various methods of transportation and disposal have been as revealed in Discovery. And for about 87.5% of the water, the produced water, that is actually sent to midstream and transported via pipeline, where midstream has taken custody of that water again at the well site. And for that water, Equinor Pipelines has charged Equinor Energy a contract rate.
And that would be the intercompany agreement you testified to earlier at Exhibit 3?
That's correct.
Okay. Take a moment here. How did you determine the 87.5% of produced water that's going into the pipeline?
I'll get to a graph here in the next couple of slides, but it's analyzing gathered water volumes and comparing them to produced water volumes and showing what percentage is actually gathered versus produced.
Okay. And then the water that was not put into the pipeline
Yeah,
is on the other side of your graph there?
That's correct. That's water that was disposed of by Equinor Energy on their own, where they sent that produced water to third-party trucking. And for the most part, that water is associated with frac flowback operations as they bring on new wells. They find a need to have to deal with that with trucking instead of putting it down a pipeline for various reasons.
And elaborate on that. Why would you have to truck that water?
Well, there's a lot of different reasons. Some of it is the volume is significant, can be significant coming back, flowing back, and that water may contain contaminants which they don't want to introduce into their pipeline. There's other reasons between completion operations and production operations why that can be segregated. And but ultimately, they do turn flow back. It looks to me they do turn flow back water into the pipeline after a certain period of time.
Okay, and so 95% of the wells are connected to the gathering system. There's a slightly less percentage there that actually goes into the gathering system, the pipeline, the 87.5%.
Right.
And then the other 12.5% is trucked. And so who handles each of those aspects then? I think you talked about this a little earlier, but just so we're clear. So
Okay.
the pipeline versus the trucking, who handles that?
Well, Equinor Pipelines handles the pipeline transfer. And Equinor Energy, the upstream, handles any trucking.
Okay.
Or actually, Equinor Energy then pays the actual cost directly to the third-party trucking. And so we consider that an actual cost borne by Equinor,
Why is that?
because it's an actual cost. They pay the invoice to a third party.
And how does that cost get reflected in terms of what Versa is charged?
We understand that those costs are passed along directly to Versa.
So in other words, if it's actually trucked, does Versa pay the bill that gets charged out for
Yes,
the
Versa-
trucking?
Versa would pay its proportional share based on its working interest for those charges.
And you've circled in green on the left, the midstream custody. Why is that?
Well, that was going to be my final point, in just showing that our claim relates specifically to any volumes that were transported via pipeline and not any trucked volumes.
Okay, so
And-
none of the trucking volumes, the 12.5% are calculated for purposes of your overcharge claim. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
And what about then you've talked about the oil and gas wells, you get the produced water, how that's divided up, either pipeline or trucked, and then it goes into the disposal system on the bottom of that page. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there's basically three different types of disposal wells. As we've already mentioned, there's Equinor-owned SWD that the pipeline can deliver water to, and also third-party SWD. The trucking has both of those options, and in addition, has the option just to bring it to other third-party SWD wells. So it looks to me that the Equinor tries to truck, when they do truck water, they try to bring it to an Equinor-owned SWD well.
Okay, so tying back to your earlier page, for example, the interconnected Equinor-owned SWD would be the David Nelson.
That's
That-
correct, yes.
The interconnected third-party SWD, would that be the Ergens?
That's right.
And then there would be other third-party wells that aren't connected to the pipeline, so they would have to truck it to those sites. Is that
That's correct.
accurate?
Well, they truck water to all these sites, but yes, they have the option of trucking it basically wherever they want to go with the water.
Okay. And you're not circling in the bottom of the page with disposal method. Is Versa making any claim related to saltwater disposal wells?
No, although our analysis indicates that they are profiting to a certain extent. It pales in comparison to how they're profiting off their pipeline operations. So we are just focusing on their pipeline operations and feel we can justify the volumes that have been handled via pipeline. Gets a little murky when you start trying to figure out where all these different volumes have gone from on the SWD side. So we're not prepared to make a claim on the SWD profits that they've had.
And then you have 3 bullet point transportation takeaways. Can you walk us through what those are?
Yeah, just as a concluding statements here, Equinor Energy contracts all trucking services and pays directly with no involvement by Equinor Pipelines. Equinor Pipelines deals only with pipeline transportation, and trucking costs are always actual costs in our view, and they are not in dispute.
And so if water's actually trucked, Versa has no problem with paying the bill for water that's actually trucked when they're charged rates for actual trucking.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Let's move forward to page 18, and this is entitled Equinor Joint Interest Billing Example. What is this?
Well, this is just to show what a typical joint interest billing looks like that we've received from Equinor. And in particular, their saltwater disposal charges. Basically, that is all the information we're given. We have the saltwater disposal and the associated charge with no additional information as to what water volumes were either pipelined or trucked, nor what SWD systems the water was delivered to. So we can't delineate what volumes to actually go, we can't do the, calculate the overcharges based on invoices we've received because of this lack of information. So because of that, we had to determine Versa's share of gathering overcharges using the produced water volumes and then the proportion of that water that is gathered via pipeline from the discovery analysis.
Okay.
So,
And we'll get into that in a moment, but just to follow up on a few things you said here. So this would be the Allison 2314, so one well, 1 month's invoice is what you're receiving here,
but that's
or
correct.
reflecting here. You get the general saltwater disposal fee, which looks like it's just shy of $20,000. Is that for the entire operating expense for that month?
Yeah, that's the gross lease operating expense.
And then what would Versa be charged out of that?
Their working interest share, which is shown as 3.44%, which I assume is the $687 there.
Okay. And you talk at the bottom, and you testified a little bit about the no description of quantity or disposition of produced water volumes is provided, and you can't determine what water volumes were transported by truck or pipeline that would be included within that general cost then?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk then about that last point and moving forward. So you talked about in the absence of actual cost data, you had to determine versus share of gathering overcharges using produced water volumes and the proportion that's gathered via pipeline. And so the next page then, page 19, is labeled produced versus gathered water volumes. What's reflected on page 19?
Yeah, this chart shows the total gathered water volumes in blue, and this data was provided us with several spreadsheets provided by Equinor showing those volumes. And the total produced water is reflected by the total bar size. And so the difference then between the produced volumes for that given month and the gathered water volumes are the trucked volumes
Okay, so
in orange.
the orange is the trucking production water,
That's
produced
right.
water. The blue is the gathered water in the pipeline.
That's correct.
And then, so the blue then, would that correspond to the 87.5% you
Yeah.
testified to earlier?
Right, over this 3-year time period, the average is 87.5% of the produced volumes.
Okay. And then you also have a third line listed there in green. What's that?
That's the number of new completions being brought on by month. And so that's when the frac flowback water would be produced. And you can see there's generally a higher amount of truck volumes during those periods. And we have we can see that once completions were stopped during the COVID period, that the percentage of gathered water goes up quite a bit to about 95%.
Okay, and then what happens once the well completions drop down at the, looks like around 2020 time period there?
Right, that's when the COVID period, they stopped completing wells apparently, and now it's just the produced water they're dealing with, and they can handle most of that.
Okay, and figure-wise, so you say about 95% then at that point
At
would have
that
been
point.
going through the
Yeah,
pipeline?
at least 95% at that point, that's correct.
So is that reflected in your analysis of the base overcharges at all? The fact that it went from 87.5% in the pipeline, now it's up to 95% during some of the time period?
No, I just applied the average for this period as the only data that I had, and no, for that time period, I didn't distinguish and try to break it out any better than that.
And what effect would it have if you did include the higher percent that was going through the gathering system at that point?
Then it would increase our claim. It would increase the volume of water that Versa paid for, and it would increase our claim.
Okay. What about in terms of you talked about the base overcharge claim, and then you'll testify about the future overcharge claim. Is there any relevance to this breakdown for purposes of the future overcharge claim?
Yeah, the future overcharges, since the pads were fully developed at the time when Versa sold its interest, that the future overcharges are based on a 95% factor instead of the 87.5.
And that would be consistent with what was actually being transported through the gathering system?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about page 20, which has some rate information. Where does that rate information on page 20 come from?
That is the rates determined from the two fair tender processes that Equinor has conducted. The first table shows how for the different gathering areas, they've assigned different gathering fees and different disposal fees based on their fair tender process, which was conducted in late 2015. The second table to the right is how those changed. They went to a uniform tariff for both gathering and disposal in mid-2019. And these charges were then applied to our calculation of overcharges for the specific timeframes that they were valid.
So we've mentioned this fair tender process. What is your understanding of how Equinor conducted its fair tender process?
Well, they take a survey of truckers. They go out for bids, and they gave them some spec as to distance, I think, for them to bid on what they would transport water for on a first call, second call, or third call basis. And it looks to me that they just averaged all these bids together for the different areas to determine what the fair tender rate would be. And I think they've averaged in higher rates, actually, than what they would have actually used, because, they had bids that were significantly less than what they came up with. And so I don't understand why they think it's justified to average in much higher trucking rates when, in effect, they probably wouldn't have used them. But it does end up justifying a higher a rate to charge.
Okay. So let's take an example. Williams County, you've talked about handling about 84% of the produced water that's relevant to Versa's claim. So on this table, before 2019, so from 2015 to 2019, there's a $2.17 gathering charge for Williams County.
That's correct, yes.
And so my understanding of what you're saying is they solicit bids from different truckers in Williams County, get a number of bids, and then average them out to come up with that $2.17 rate.
Yeah, some averaging process, which, yes, they come up with that rate.
And then there's also a separate disposal rate of 64 cents. And is that tied then to what it would cost to put it into the disposal well?
Yeah, they did a survey also of third-party disposal wells and ended up in the same process
Okay.
to determine that.
And so you testified earlier that the disposal component is not part of Versa's claim?
That's right.
Okay. So for every barrel of water in Williams County that's transported, they would charge $2.17 and then assess that to Versa based on that charge?
That's our understanding, yes. We're taking them at their word on that. We don't have the details on the invoice to show it.
And so you talked about the survey of trucking companies to get that rate. Is the $2.17 rate applied to both water transported via pipeline and water transported through trucking?
No, they don't deal with any trucking, so it's just deals with water that they transport by pipeline.
Okay, so they survey the truckers, base it on trucking rates, but then they're applying it to pipeline transportation.
That's right, only pipeline transportation. There's no mixing of trucking transportation in what they charge.
Okay. And how did these rates evolve over time? You have a note on the bottom about prior to the first tender process, there was a flat rate of $2.75 a barrel.
Yes, that is what the upstream entity charged before they transferred apparently all these assets to the midstream entity. And we don't have a breakdown of what the 275 was, but it looks to be in line with what they came up with in their first fair tender process. But we ended up just applying the first fair tender rates to any water production prior to the first tender rates being implemented, because we think that's probably very close to what was actually charged in this 275.
And then it looks like in the table, there's a distinction there between the 2015 and the 2019 as well in terms of the number of rates that were applied. Can you tell us your understanding of that?
Yeah, they felt that it was appropriate to just go to a uniform fair tender rate, so they no longer had the individual rates by gathering area and just combined it into one uniform rate that would apply to all areas.
Okay. So in your opinion, are the rates from the fair tender process based on the actual costs incurred by Equinor?
No, not for gathering,
Why is that?
because gathering is a much cheaper method to transport water with.
Okay. After you got the fair tender rates that Versa is being charged at, what did you do to try and proceed with your analysis to determine the actual costs that Equinor was incurring?
Well, then we did our detailed cost analysis on the David Nelson gathering area and the gathering system.
Let's talk about that starting on page 22 of your
Okay.
Exhibit 5. It's labeled David Nelson SWD system. There's 94 wells within 11 DSUs interconnected to 2 SWD wells. What's that showing here?
That's correct. Yeah, we're just showing a little different presentation on what the individual DSUs are involved in the 94 wells and the 2 disposal wells, and then also the main gathering line, which was estimated by our consultant. And that consists of 9.3 miles of 8-inch high-density polyethylene pipe. And that's largely consists of the capital cost estimate for the system.
Okay. And as we're talking through these estimates of the actual costs, has Equinor provided you any of its actual cost information?
No,
What's the line in red, if you can further elaborate on that on page 22?
well, that's the route of the 8-inch pipeline that was estimated by our completion consultant and the route it took. And he did that based on aerial photography and his understanding of how these systems are, what the right-of-ways look like and so on. And so his estimate is largely exactly as installed according to the information we've recently received from Equinor. So he did a very good job in estimating where these pipes were actually laid.
So, and then you have a number of other triangles listed on there. Is that the oil and gas wells connected to the pipeline gathering system?
Yes, right. The triangles are either a middle Bakken well or a Three Forks well, producing well, and then the circles are the disposal wells, which dispose of into the Dakota Formation.
You have a little more with the configuration depicted in a different style on page 23.
Right, this is the same area, and now just with the aerial photograph, and then also identifying the specific well pads connected into the gathering system. In addition to the 8-inch pipeline, Dave spec'd out 4-inch high-density polyethylene pipe, a total of 1.73 miles of that, which interconnects the transfer skids to the gathering pipeline. He spec'd out 16 transfer skids, and again, his route was estimated from aerial disturbances.
Okay, so first of all, let's back up. Why did you consult with Mr. Gerbig?
He's actively installing these systems, and he was highly qualified to estimate these pipeline costs and what the actual material was, not to mention what the cost is, but what the actual materials that they used. And he was correct in that as well, looking at some of the discovery information.
And what did you ask Mr. Gerbig to do as it relates to your work in this case?
I identified the pads that I thought were connected up to the disposal wells based on, they were, looking at lining up total injection and total production. So I gave him the pads that I thought were connected up to the two disposal wells, and then he estimated what route they took for the pipeline.
And how did you and Mr. Gerbig go about estimating the route?
Again, I just identified where I thought the water was being sent from the pads to which disposal wells, and he estimated, he did the rest of the work on where those lines went.
Okay, and let's talk about the numbers you have on this for the gathering system. How did you and Mr. Gerbig determine those, and for example, the 8-inch flow line, the 4-inch stub outs?
Mr. Gerbig determined all of that on his own.
Okay, and why did he indicate that those would be appropriate for this system?
Just based on his experience of what types of materials would be necessary. We also looked at the volumes involved and the disposal rates and the producing water rates, and he thought that these size of pipes were appropriate.
And then the 16 transfer skids would be for what?
Those are on any individual well pad site that would be necessary to transfer the water from the production facilities into the pipeline.
And you mentioned earlier being confirmed or with the information that was provided in discovery. What do you mean by that?
Well, we were provided, through their expert report, we didn't see any of these maps before then, but their expert obtained some more detailed maps of where these pipelines actually went. And largely, this is exactly where they went, with a few minor exceptions. But the total length of the pipe is I didn't add it up on their diagrams, but it looks like it's largely the same.
Okay. What did you do after determining the route of the pipeline, the size of the lines, the mileage, that type of thing? What did you do with that information next?
Well, then Dave estimated the total cost for the materials and the installation for that total gathering system.
And is that reflected on page 24?
Yes.
Okay. So you have, for example, the 8-inch line, 9.33 miles, 4-inch well connects 1.73 miles, the 16 transfer skids we talked about. And then below that, you have a transfer skid line item with a unit cost and total cost that was applied.
That's right.
And so is that the cost that you worked with Mr. Gerbig on to essentially price out what, in that instance, those 16 transfer skids would cost?
Yes, and I didn't really work with him. He did this all on his own.
Okay. And have you relied on that in your analysis?
I have.
You have any reason to disagree with anything that he's provided you in that regard?
No, I don't.
Okay. What's your understanding then, if you can walk us through what these items would cost?
Well, for the materials, basically the transfer skids and then the pipes and valves and fittings, you're looking at just under $2 million plus about $1.6 million. So a total of about $3.6 million just for the material. And then for the installation and the labor the components that he lists there to install the transfer skids and get them connected up, the electric installation, the labor, the pipeline construction, and so forth. He estimates another $3.5 million for a total of just under $7.1 million. And then the contingency adds 10% in, which brings the total to $7.78 million for
And-
the installation of that gathering system.
And what's the purpose of having a separate contingency line item on here?
That's normally done just to cover unforeseen costs as an extra. Typically, Dave would be generating estimates for AFEs, and so this is a typical practice to just add an extra contingency for unforeseen expenses.
Okay. What types of expenses might be included or covered by that?
Oh, maybe some things like engineering, possibly permitting, things that, extra costs that are not foreseen generally. I don't know.
Okay. And so the total capital cost estimate for the David Nelson gathering system was $7.781 million?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that figure represent relative to versus claim in this case then?
That's the total capital cost to install. Yep, the initial cost to install the system.
Okay. And so are you accounting for Equinor to be paid back on its capital costs for the pipeline gathering system in this case?
Yes.
The next page, 25, has some assumptions used in estimating actual gathering profits. Can you walk us through what you listed there?
So yeah, with all the information we've gone through, this is just a summary of where we're at and a recap of the assumptions that we're going to use for the cost and the revenues and the profits that you're going to see on the next slide. And so again, the David Nelson and the Ergens SWD are interconnected to 94 producing wells. The total capital expenses for connecting those producing wells to the SWD wells is $7.78 million. The assumptions, again, for the disposition of produced water, we're assuming 87.5% of produced volumes are actually gathered. And the gathering expenses, we're assuming 5 cents per barrel of water, plus contingency expenses of 5 cents per barrel of water, and plus an allocated capital recovery of 25 cents per barrel. That's basically the $7.78 million spread out among the entire gathered water volume of 30,987,000 barrels of water. So,
Okay, and let me follow up with you on that bullet point you just went through. Gathering expenses of 5 cents a barrel, what is that figure?
that would be Dave's estimate of what the operating costs would be to handle the water, and that would consist of electricity, primarily maintenance of the equipment, the transfer skids, and the instrumentation, and the right-of-way maintenance, possibly. And so that would be the bulk of the 5 cents.
And then there's a plus a contingency expense of 5 cents. What is that?
That's just an extra expense that actually I added on to Dave's estimate, just because of my familiarity with Equinor's cost structure being typically fairly high, and I didn't think Dave was familiar with that, so I added that as an extra contingency for expenses that Dave may not have been aware of. So just a safety factor that is in Equinor's benefit.
Okay. And so the 5 cent together then would constitute what?
The total operating expense that we're estimating
Okay,
per barrel of water that is sent down the gathering pipeline.
okay. And so, and then the 25 cents, how does that differ from the 10-cent operating expenses?
Well, that would be the capital expense, capital recovery.
Okay, so you testified already about the $7.7 million capital costs to install this pipeline gathering system.
Right.
And so the 25 cents, is that related then to that 7.7 million figure?
Yes, that would be the recovery necessary to recover the $7.78 million over the total gathered volume of 30.98 million barrels of water that was gathered.
Okay, and so you testified that your analysis essentially pays back Equinor for its capital costs, and you're doing that through the 25 cents a barrel figure?
That's right.
Why 25 cents? How did you determine on that amortization?
Oh, it's just the quotient of the capital investment and the total water that was transported during that time period. So it's fully, the capital is fully recovered in our calculations by February 1st, 2022.
Okay, and how would it change your analysis at all if the amortization period were applied differently?
Well, you could recover it in a multitude of ways, which would give you the same net cost. I mean, this is just for simplicity basically, just to show the total cost for that time period, as that's our claim period. So it's just to fully account for the capital and give credit for the capital in the estimation of what Equinor's actual costs are.
Okay, and so, let's say you used a much shorter time period for amortization, would that change anything mathematically in the long run?
Well, if you wanted to amortize it or recover it as quickly as possible, it's just a mathematical difference. You'd just recover it as possibly as quickly as you could based on the water volumes at any given point in time, and in the end, it wouldn't make any difference.
And why is that?
Because you'd still be recovering the same amount of capital by the assumptions of however quickly you wanted to recover it in the, over what barrels you wanted to recover that at.
And then after it's recovered, would you include that 25-cent charge then?
No.
Okay. We haven't talked about number 4, that talks about an extra source of revenue not considered in estimating the actual cost. What does that mean?
Right, we know there's extra sources of revenue that we didn't consider that Equinor Pipelines is receiving, and one, of course, is the SWD profits, which we've estimated. The other would be skim oil that they recover in their gathering systems, which can be a significant source of revenue. And then, as I mentioned, the third-party water that is brought to their SWD wells that they get revenue for.
Okay, so you testified earlier about why you're not including the SWD profits. You didn't feel you had enough information. What about those other 2 items? Why didn't you include those in your analysis?
Just because we didn't. Just because they were fairly minor, so we just didn't consider them.
Okay, and what do you mean by, for example, the skim oil? What are you getting at with that?
Well, there's typically a certain percentage that is carried over of oil in the water, with the water, and that's separated at the saltwater disposal facilities, and that can be 0.2% according to David Gerbig, up to maybe 2% for high flowback conditions like for frack water. So that's all, that custody for that oil is transferred to the pipeline, and they recoup, they enjoy the profits of that exclusively. They don't back allocate it to any royalty owners or any working interest owners. They retain those revenues
Okay,
for themselves.
and what effect would that have if you would have included those extra items on Versa's claim?
Well, then that would have increased their revenues and increased their net profits.
Okay. Let's talk about the next page here. I'm on page Versa 000026. And this has a number of items, figures listed on here. Can you tell us, just generally speaking, what is depicted on this page?
Yeah, this is going to be the summary of the actual costs as estimated by Versa and the revenues obtained by pipelines, and then their overall profitability for the David Nelson gathering system.
Okay, so you've testified about the capital costs, you've testified about the operating expenses on top of that, and so this is your summary of
Right.
what those total actual costs that Versa believes Equinor incurred.
That's right. It's the costs and then the total revenues
Okay.
based on their reported fair tender rates that they charge.
So let's go through a few of these. You've talked about the system startup date at the top of November 2013. Is that consistent with when the Nelson system started up?
Yes, by all indications, that's when the first injection occurred into the Nelson well.
You talked about the 94 wells connected into that gathering system. And then the next item is the cumulative produced water. There's a 35 million figure. What is that?
That's the total produced water from the 94 producing wells that we identified as connected up to the David Nelson well.
Okay, so from 2013 through 2/1/2022, there was 35 million total barrels of produced water.
According to public records, that's correct.
Okay. And then what about the next item there for a ratio?
That's the percentage of water that's gathered versus produced. So 87.5% of that water is then considered gathered.
Okay, so that's the 87 versus 12.5 distinction you talked about earlier with what's pipelined, what's trucked.
That's correct.
Okay, so how did you apply that mathematically here?
Well, just took 87.5% of the produced volume as the volume of water that was gathered. And that's shown below as the 30,987,000
Okay,
total volume.
so applied the 87% essentially to discount down to just target what was going through the pipeline?
That's correct.
And then what did you do in that costs for gathered volumes section?
Well, that's, again, a recap of the CapEx that
The
was estimated.
7.7 million you talked about. What about the other two figures?
That's right, and the other two figures are the operating costs for the gathering system, the 5 cents and the 5-cent contingency.
And how do you arrive at 1.5 million for each of those then?
It's just the total volume times 5 cents.
Okay.
The
So,
total gathered volume of 30,987,000 barrels of water times 5 cents
okay.
for each of those.
So what is your opinion of the total operating expenses incurred in operating this pipeline gathering system?
Well, they're fairly low. I mean, the operating expenses are quite low, actually, compared to what they're charging out,
And
which
that's,
is if you look back on the table, it's $2.17.
okay. And so what did you determine the total was between capital expenditures and operating expenditures for the system?
It's shown next on just the summary of the per barrel charges. The CapEx, again, is 25 cents per barrel. And the gathering OpEx is a nickel, and the contingency is another nickel, for a total of 35 cents per barrel.
Okay, so to follow up on your earlier point, you talked about $2.17. That's the rate per barrel that Versa is charged on.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're saying 35 cents is what you believe the actual cost is?
That's correct.
Okay, counting in the capital expenditures plus the operating expenditures.
That's right. And there is a time distinction. The 217 applies before July 1st, 2019, and $1.75 applies afterwards. So just to clarify that.
Okay, and that's reflected there below with the revenue parenthetical, it looks like?
Right, the total, that's correct.
So the 217 did go down per barrel after 2019 to 175. You talked about the two different tables before with that fair tender process. That's what you're reflecting there.
That's right.
And so what was your determination of total gathering system revenues based on what Versa was and other working interest partners were actually being charged?
Well, the total gross revenues for all working interest owners would be $62,522,000.
And what did you determine then in terms of what the profits that Equinor was receiving as a result of the fair tender process versus the actual costs?
Well, anything in excess of their $10.88 million would be profit, system profit, and that is $51.6 million.
What's the items below that for profit per barrel?
Well, it's just some other indicators to show the profitability of this system to Equinor, and the average, showing some different metrics here. The average profit per barrel of water is $1.67. The profit margin is 82.6%. The return on capital invested, which is the compound interest rate of return, is 59.1%, which is quite good. And then the gathering system payout is 1.9 years.
And what does 1.9 years reflect?
That's when they would have recouped all of their capital costs.
Okay, so the 7.7 million you've talked about is the capital costs.
Right,
And so essentially charging what they charge, they would recover that within 1.9 years.
that's correct, yep.
What about the Versa share gathering system profit on the bottom, the second to the bottom figure?
That's the total versus overcharges for this gathering system.
And how does that relate to the figures above?
That's just their working interest share of all that water that's handled in the gathering system. And it turns out to be about 1.49% of all the water. That's not an average working interest, that's just their average share of the water that was produced.
Okay. And so is that specifically profit tied to what Versa charged?
What Versa was charged? Yes, that's the calculated profit that, basically the overpayments, the overcharges, and which is equal to the profit that Equinor made off of Versa.
And then what about the final figure on this page, the 15 million at the bottom? What does that represent?
Well, Equinor has reported that the average working interest of their non-op partners is 30%. So I just wanted to show that the total profit made off its working interest partners is fairly significant at about $15.5 million. And also showing that the profit made off its working interest partners exceeds 100% of its costs. So the partners are funding basically all of the operation plus some.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, page 27. What's reflected on page 27?
Okay, this is again just the same information presented with a little more detail as to the timing of the water gathered. On the lower left chart, it's showing the total gathered water volumes handled by the David Nelson system over time. And again, that is gathered volumes, not produced volumes. And an average is about 313,000 barrels of water per month over the time period from November 13 through February 1st, 2022. The chart on the right shows the cumulative revenues, the cumulative expenses, and then the cumulative net cash over time, and the difference, which is the difference between the upper curve and the lower curve. And again, that's where the payout of 1.9 years is derived from this where the cumulative net cash flow goes above zero.
Okay, what about the table at the top?
That's just recapping figures that I already presented in the previous slide.
Okay, so again, the 25% per barrel, capital expenditures 5%, or 5 cents, operating costs, contingency of 5 cents. So 35 cents per barrel total is what their actual costs are.
Right.
And then that 3 million figure, what does that represent?
That's the total operating costs and contingency cost represented by the 10%, or the 10 cents per barrel.
Okay. What did you do following your analysis on the David Nelson gathering system?
Well, that obviously calculates the bulk of our claim for those, for the David Nelson area, but there's an additional few wells outside of the David Nelson system, which I'm calculating overcharges for those as well.
Okay, so you talked about the 83%, 84% or so for the Nelson system handles most of that water, but then the other 16 to 17% is what you moved on to next.
That's right.
Can you walk us through that on page 29?
Yeah, so just applying the 35 cents per barrel as Equinor's actual cost to these other areas, and then summing to get versus total overcharges for any of the gathering areas in question. So to the left there, the upper table shows the 6 gathering areas with the breakdown in the Williams area showing the Nelson system. And what we have is the first column is total produced water in each of these areas. The next column shows the gross gathering overcharges. And again, these are using specific charges that Equinor derived from their first and second fair tender processes. The next column shows the Versa working interest produced water for each of the areas, with a total at the bottom shown again as 645,000 barrels of water. The next column shows Versa's working interest share of gathered water, which again is 87.5% of the produced water, with a total of 565,000 barrels of water. The total Versa gathering overcharges then are summarized for the total Williams area, 779,000. The McKenzie area, 105,000, and the Ross area, 24,000, for a total of a little over $909,000. Shows the average overcharge for each area in the following column, and the composite, or the ultimate average at the bottom of $1.61 per barrel when you factor in all these areas. And then the final column shows Versa's share of produced water as a percentage in all these different areas. And again, the Williams system accounts for over 84% of the produced water, and a relatively minor share for the McKenzie area and the Ross area.
Okay, a couple follow-ups there. So you've testified about the 6 gathering areas Equinor had. How many of those 6 was Versa's interest tied to,
Only in 2 more areas, McKenzie and Ross,
in addition to the Williams you
in
testified?
addition to the Williams.
Okay. So in other words, Versa doesn't have any water going through Banks, Roosevelt, or Two Rivers?
That's right.
Okay. The $1.61 total for Versa average overcharge. So essentially, $2.17, for example, we talked about for Williams specifically.
No, that's the total charge, not the overcharge. Yeah, $2.17.
Okay, and so but per barrel, that's what you're testifying Versa has been overcharged in that column?
Not 217, but yeah, the $1.63.
Right, right. And then $1.48 in McKenzie, $1.43 in Ross.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was my question is, so for example, the Williams, the 217, $1.63 of that you believe is an overcharge?
That's right.
Okay. What is the total amount of overcharges then among all areas, just to repeat that? subject to Versa's claim today?
That would be the $909,123 at the bottom of that table.
And then what about the bottom table for non-op summary? What does that represent?
That shows you for a 30% non-op working interest what the total overcharges to all the partners would be. In the fifth column over, it shows you that Versa profited a total of $93 million roughly off of all of its working interest partners, assuming the 30% average applied to each of the areas.
Okay. And where in the total produced water on the left, what source of information did you get that from?
That's just public information for all its producing wells that are connected to a gathering system, as we talked about.
Okay. And then the gross overcharges, how did you calculate those?
Again, using the 35 cents as their actual cost for each given area, that would be the gross overcharge, using the specific charges that they apply.
Okay. And you have a reference at the bottom to per Equinor discovery documents. What are you referencing with that?
Oh, the various wells tied into each gathering system. I correlated what wells were in which system based on their discovery.
Okay. Let's move ahead. You have on page 30, confirmation of Versa's analysis with discovery information. What do you mean by that?
Well, we were provided some information from Equinor, which we think confirms our analysis.
Okay, and what were you provided?
Some data in a write-up discussing the effect of the reduced tariffs on their cash flows and net present value of the company, of Equinor Pipelines.
Let's talk about that on page 31. What is referenced on page 31 specifically?
Well, these are some excerpts from two Equinor discovery documents, 649 and 650. And
And I'll direct your attention to Exhibit 10. If you can flip to Exhibit 10, please.
okay,
Have you seen this document before?
yes,
And what is this?
this is a memo that came out around the time that the new tariffs for the second fair tender process were being implemented.
Okay, so you talked about the 2015, the 2019 fair tender process, and this would be in relation to the later, the second one?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. And where did this document come from?
From Equinor.
I would offer Exhibit 10.
No objection.
Exhibit is received and admitted.
What's your understanding of the purpose of this memo from Equinor?
Well, as it states under section 1, the purpose is to inform about the new saltwater gathering and disposal tariffs and the impact for midstream revenue and asset value.
Okay. And what was the impact of that, to your understanding, based on what Equinor produced in Discovery?
Well, it reduced their total revenue because they decreased their tariffs.
Okay, so the table at the bottom that you had earlier in your Exhibit 5 has the 2015 on the left, fair tender process, the 2019 on the right,
That's correct.
and then you talked about they essentially eliminated the different area distinction to just charge a single rate,
Correct.
and then along with that, they reduced the rates, it looks like, from a gathering of about $2.03 average to $1.75 for all areas.
Correct.
Okay. Why did you find this document important in your analysis?
Well, I found the description shown under the portfolio impact, which is, I guess, on the following page. I thought that was revealing in how it just generally discussed the impact to Equinor pipelines and then the various entities. Well, the only other entity is Equinor Energy, but also Equinor in total. And I thought it was revealing in how it was concerned primarily with the impact to Equinor in total.
Okay.
And they're concerned with the portfolio impact rather than just the impact on midstream. So it doesn't suggest that midstream is a separate, independent, arm's length entity as Equinor would like to represent.
And so on page 649, under paragraph 3, business case, they make a business case. It says gathering, the rate will be adjusted down from the average of $2.03 to $1.75 a barrel. This represents a 14% reduction on the rates on average. What's your understanding of how Equinor was analyzing then that 14% reduction on its portfolio?
Well, they state in the following paragraph, or two paragraphs, that they talk about the midstream asset value, and they report that it was $589 million per BP19, which is not quite clear what that is, but they refer to it as an October tap-in, which I assume means October 2018. And then they go into some details about how, the midstream revenue stream, how much is coming from Equinor saltwater systems. With the new rates, we will see a reduction in midstream NPV, which is partly offset by an increase in the upstream value. And here again, we see they're referring to the 70% of the revenue comes from upstream and 30% is from working interest parties.
Okay, and so a couple follow-ups there. So who is midstream in your understanding?
Midstream is certainly inclusive of the saltwater gathering systems, but also inclusive of Equinor pipelines. Bakken midstream is the way I read it, which has other activities which might include freshwater pipelines, it might include oil marketing. I'm not entirely sure exactly what it is, but
And then,
involves some other activities other than just saltwater transportation.
and then upstream, who would upstream be represented in your,
That's Equinor Energy.
okay? And so you talked about the 70% interest that Equinor has versus the 30% that the working interest partners such as Versa would have.
Right.
What did you find significant about how Equinor was reporting this reduction in midstream?
Well, they're looking at it from a holistic viewpoint of how it affects Equinor in total. Again, not how it affects either one of these subsidiaries. And so they're quite intertwined in this arrangement, and it looks like they're quite cognizant of the fact that their contribution to the NPV is a wash.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, whatever gain that by the tariffs that Equinor Pipeline receives is directly offset by the expense of Equinor Energy in their fee for the saltwater tariffs. And then they describe the 30% working interest owners. That's the real loss to Equinor through the reduced billings from working interest partners. So they clearly are saying that it really doesn't matter what these tariffs are to Equinor in general for their working interest share. They're profiting off of their working interest partners. That's the real impact of these tariff changes.
Okay, so the reduction in the midstream, in other words, the reduction in an entity like Equinor Pipelines would be offset because Equinor Energy is having an increase in its value because it's paying less.
It's a direct offset. And the next slide we can go over if you like, but it shows an illustration of what this is talking about.
Okay, let's go back to your slides, page 32. on Exhibit 5.
Mr. Cook, I think, I don't know if this is a good spot or you need a couple minutes to go through this slide, but I think we're gonna need to break a little before noon today, like about 5 to 10 minutes before noon if we can.
Any time works for us for whatever you'd prefer.
Well, if now is a good
Sure.
time, I
Yeah,
think.
we can break now.
Let's do that, and if we can be back around 1 or 1:05, I think. Is that good? All right, we'll go off the record. It's approximately 11:47. Thank you.
Thank you.
right, we'll go back on the record. It's 1:06. And sir, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, and you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, I'd like to pick up where we left off on page 32 of Exhibit 5. This is entitled SW Tariffs and Cash Flows of Equinor Subsidiaries and Parent. Can you tell us what you're depicting on page 32 on the right-hand side of the page?
Yes, I wanted to illustrate the sentence highlighted on Versa 31, which discusses how the change in revenues is a wash with upstream tariff reduction. However, 30% is a real loss through reduced billing to working interest partners. So Versa 32 then shows the cash flow position relative to the tariffs being charged for the three different entities, midstream, upstream, and the Equinor parent. On the vertical axis, we have the fair tender tariffs, which are being exchanged, and expenses. And so for midstream, then the tariffs are a revenue stream, as we've discussed, where 70% is borne by the ownership of Equinor in their ownership of the wells, and 30% is borne by the working interest partners. And of course, they have actual costs as well, which portion of which we are estimating here. Now, upstream, EELP, the tariffs are, of course, an expense, and their expense is equal to the revenue of midstream, representing the 70% working interest of the ownership in the oil wells. And so the net effect on Equinor parent is the revenue coming from the 30% working interest partners, and of course the actual costs, where the other tariffs related to the Equinor working interest is a wash, and that's what the terminology they use. And that's basically saying any expenses borne by upstream is offset equally by the revenues of the pipeline for the Equinor-owned working interest. So, so basically, it's one pocket of Equinor going into another pocket of Equinor, and ultimately, the Equinor Energy would be indifferent really to whatever these tariffs are because of that. And further, the description of the revenues associated with the working interest partners as a real loss based on the tariff reductions. And this all basically points to the fact that the subsidiaries are really not in an arm's length relationship here, because they're really concerned ultimately with the effect of the parent, effect of the tariffs on the parent company. It also explains why there's no evidence that we have found in any discovery information of any negotiations between the subsidiaries. We don't see any evidence of Equinor Energy negotiating with Equinor Pipelines as to what these fair tender rates should be, which you would expect if these were independent companies negotiating on their own behalf.
Did you ask for that type of information?
We did, yes, and we did not receive any information to that effect. So again, the only revenues really at play here are the revenues associated with the working interest partners.
And that would include Versa?
That's correct.
And you say in your last conclusion, reduction is real loss. You just wrap this slide up with what you mean on that.
Well, any change to the revenues from the working interest partner is a real loss to Equinor, because this money is coming from outside of Equinor. And any change to that from these tariff reduction is a real loss, as described in the previous paragraph.
Okay. Let's go ahead to page 33. What did you do in relation on page 33 based on this memo that we've been discussing at EQU 0649?
Well, there's some other information provided in that memo, which we wanted to explore some of the figures and how it relates to our claim and how it actually supports our figures of what how Equinor is profiting from this pipeline and their saltwater gathering and SWD facilities. So as it shows, it reports that the NPV of Bakken Midstream to be $589 million as of what we surmise is 10/1/2018. It further reports that 68% of Bakken Midstream revenue stream, which we interpret it as net revenue stream in the context that it's given, is coming from owned SW systems. So it's not unreasonable to conclude that the relative net present value of the saltwater systems is $400.5 million, which is 68% of the 589. And then further, it discusses the reduction in the Bakken midstream asset value due to the tariff reductions of $60 million from a total reduction of 36 cents per barrel of water. And so that leaves then our asset value that we would surmise from this, all these numbers to be $340.5 million.
And what are you trying to show with this analysis?
Well, we're ultimately wanting to compare what is implied by this net present value as to what their profits are per barrel of water, and then compare them to our determination of overcharges and see how they compare.
And did you proceed with that analysis?
Yes, basically I'd wanted to cover first on what is meant by a net present value and what that means. And basically a company valuation based on net present value is based on a discounted cash flow analysis, which has been referred to as the gold standard. And DCF analysis is the process of estimating the value of a company or an investment based on the money or cash flows or profits it's expected to generate in the future. Discounted cash flow analysis calculates the present value of future cash flows based on the discount rate and time period of analysis. And it shows the equation there, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, where the discounted cash flow for a given period is the future cash flow, and then this term of involving cost of capital and discounting time periods in the future. So the cost of capital is also referred to as the unrisked discount rate in the oil and gas industry. The standard industry rate is 10%.
Where did you determine that that was the standard industry rate?
That's from the reference that I cite there, the Society of Petroleum Evaluation Engineers, survey of parameters used in property evaluations, dated June 2017.
Okay. Can you talk us through your next slide on page 35 with the determining the asset value of the saltwater systems and profit per barrel of water?
Right, so let's look at how Equinor Pipelines would have determined what their asset value and net present value would be based on what we estimate was their $340.5 million. So first of all, they would have needed a water production forecast as of 10/1/2018 because that's what they deal in. They just get rid of water, and that's what their revenues are based on. So this is a hypothetical water forecast, but such a forecast would have included any new well completions and the additional water volumes that those would have brought. Ultimately, such a forecast, I believe, was probably generated by Equinor Energy and given to Equinor Pipelines. But we really don't know any details about this forecast, okay? Then, using the forecast, they would multiply that times their profits from their gathering and SWD systems to come up with a forecast of net revenues as shown in green in the lower right-hand plot. Then they would have discounted those net revenues as shown in the orange and summed them up to determine what their net present value would be. And in this case, again, that is $340.5 million as of 10/1/2018. Now, what our real objective here of this exercise is, again, to determine what the implied profit is per barrel of water from these figures. And the next page shows what we really would want is a water number that's consistent with the discounted cash flow number, which is would then be a discounted water forecast. And if we had that, then we could put the numbers on the same basis and write a simple equation to determine directly what the profit number would be. Well, again, we don't have the actual detailed water production forecast, but we do have some information that allows us to calculate exactly what that parameter would be from Discovery.
What information is that?
That's shown on the next page, where the discounted water forecast as of 10/1/2018 is a combination of two distinct time periods. The first time period being before the tariffs were changed. Now, this can be assumed that the discounted water forecast for this period would be essentially the actual volumes that were produced and discounted back to that time. You'd hope that Equinor would be able to at least predict 9 months into the future. And that discounted number at 10% is 20.62 million barrels of water. The bulk of the forecast, starting 7/1/2019, after the tariffs were changed, can be calculated very effectively just by noting that the net NPV reduction of $60 million via a tariff reduction of 36 cents per barrel. And that gives you, dividing those two figures, we get 166.67 million barrels. So the total discounted barrels of water as of 10/1/2018 should have been very close to 187.3 million barrels of water.
Okay, and then let's close out this analysis on page 38.
So using that total water forecast numbers and the two applicable to the two time periods, where the 166.67 million barrels is charged at OC, or overcharge, which we're going to define, and then the 20.6 million barrels is charged at OC plus 36 cents, we can now solve our equation where NPV is equal to the profit per barrel of water times the discounted water forecast. Or that is $340 million is equal to those two components of water times their overcharges. And when solving for the equation, overcharges plus 36 cents is $2.14 a barrel. Overcharges is $1.78, and that is the averages of the 6 gathering areas before and after 7/1/2019, the change in the tariff rates. Now, when we compare these figures to Versa's, what Versa is claiming is an area-specific gathering overcharges for just the gathering system of $2.03 and $1.65. So the difference of about 11 to 13 cents between these two figures actually would indicate that the profits from their SWD is about in that range. And in fact, we have estimated what their profits are on the SWD side to be just right in there at 10 to 15 cents. So we feel like these figures confirm our analysis as to how Equinor Pipeline is actually profiting off their gathering system based on their own numbers.
Okay, so to be clear, we just went through a lot of slides with calculations. Are you including any of that in Versa's actual claim here?
No, our claim is based on our actual analysis of what their costs are.
Okay, and so what's the significance of the analysis that you went through here then?
Well, their own numbers are confirming what we're seeing from a different angle on what they're making and profiting off of.
And in your opinion, is that profit allowed by North Dakota Century Code 380808?
No.
I'd like to talk about the last area for your testimony today, starting on page 39 and then going to page 40, which is entitled Claim on Future Overcharges. Now, you testified in your summary about having the base overcharge discussion that we just had and what you calculated that to be. Can you talk us through the theory or the thinking behind what the future overcharges is that you're getting into on page 40?
Right, our premise is that Versa's sales price was impaired by this overcharge structure that's in place. And so therefore, we're claiming the present value of those overcharges into the future, even though Versa no longer owns those properties. The rationale, again, is that the sales price was impaired from the overcharges with the buyer's full knowledge of the cost structure of the wells that they were buying, especially since they owned a lot of interest. They owned interest in these wells to begin with, and they were adding to their interest with the purchase of Versa. So they adjusted their fair market value estimate accordingly. And on the flip side, Versa's loss was Equinor's gain when they sold the saltwater gathering system to Grayson Mill and captured the future value of this income stream, this profit stream. And so this whole concept is actually supported by Equinor's expert, who in his report says that, comments that if Equinor Pipeline is forced to accept rates that provide no return on capital for its saltwater disposal assets, then the straightforward option would be to sell the facilities to a third party that could charge market-based rates. In effect, Equinor would capture the market-based rates in the sale price. And so while I might disagree that that would be a remedy for Equinor's getting around the requirements of the North Dakota Code, I do agree that the sales price would capture the future value of all these overcharges.
And what do you mean by capture?
Well, it would lock in, they'd capture, they would get the income on a net present value basis for the future overcharges in their sale to Grayson Mill.
So essentially, the sale is premised on these overcharges that are occurring, and that would be reflected in the sales price?
That's correct.
And so you tie together the Equinor sale and the Versa sale of each company's interests?
Yeah, it's, I don't think that we have to prove that necessarily that Equinor profited exactly the way we might project it in order for Versa to claim damages. We can just show that their overcharges did harm Versa.
Okay, and let's talk through that. How did the overcharges harm Versa?
Okay?
Let's
Well,
go
the
to page
next
41.
41 is just my estimate of Versa's, or excuse me, of Midstream's saltwater gathering systems value, starting in the effective date of the sale to Grayson Mill. And these, my water forecasts are, in total, are shown here in the upper left chart. And this is based on actual data and my actual forecast of the gross water that would have been, that is going to be gathered in the future. And you can see some actual production there, and then my forecast starting in about February 1st, 2023. So the total water, future water to be gathered is just over 260 million barrels of water, according to my forecast. And then if we look at the profit of the gathering system, our estimates showing, indicating that they're making $1.65 per barrel of water, then their future total net revenues, undiscounted, would be about $429 million. The present value of that, discounted at 10%, is about just under $218 million. So that's what I estimate that gathering system was worth, and I think their expert would agree with me, in the sale price to Grayson Mill.
Okay.
The next page shows a similar analysis of what Versa's wells, the future water production from Versa's wells would be as of the sale date of theirs, which was 2/1/2022. Again, these are my forecasts. And we see a total future gathered water of 941,000 barrels of water. And multiplying by the profit, then, that equates to a future undiscounted value of $1.553 million, or a discounted present value at 10% of $908,000. So this is what the corresponding value, I believe, that was captured in the sale from Equinor to Grayson Mill.
And what was your opinion based on these projections and your net revenue forecast in terms of the total amount at issue for the future overcharge claim?
$908,000.
Okay. And that's shown on the chart on page 42,
Right in the lower right-hand side.
and that's,
The projected discounted values are shown in the orange, and then the summation as of February 1st, 22 is $908,000.
and so you believe that figure represents what?
That is the impairment to versus sale price from these assets,
Okay.
based on too high of an LOE and the impact on the cash flows, and then ultimately the discounted present value.
So I'd like to circle back from the last slide with you, page 7. If we can go back to page 7 of Exhibit 5, that had your summary and overview, those 5 bullet points we started with. And just to summarize, can you tell us again, what is the total amount of overcharged damages that Versa is claiming in this case?
Okay, well, for the actual overcharges, we're claiming $909,123 through the end of January 2022. And then also requesting that statutory interest be included in that figure, which brings the total to basically $1,150,000 for the initial claim. And then we're also claiming future overcharges, as I just described, of $908,000.
And so if my math is right, it's about $2,058,000 total?
Yes,
Okay.
2 million, yes, 58,000.
Do you have an opinion about whether Equinor charged Versa the reasonable actual costs in accordance with Section 380808 of the North Dakota Century Code?
I have an opinion that they overcharged Versa above and beyond their actual costs.
And have you been provided anything by Equinor in this case that shows it's a reasonable actual costs or anything different from what you've determined?
There's been no information from Versa to dispute our figures at all. We've asked for it, we've been open to it. We're willing to adjust our figures accordingly based on actual cost data, but they have not produced one iota of cost data whereby we might be able to come to terms and adjust our numbers and so forth.
And in your opinion, do the charges that Equinor assessed to Versa from the fair tender process represent the reasonable actual costs?
No.
Why not?
Well, they're not actual costs, and therefore they're not reasonable as well.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Your witness, Mr. Potasic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanson. I know we've met before. You recall we met at your deposition.
I do. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. So in this case, you believe that Equinor Pipelines should have provided saltwater transportation services at a zero return on capital basis?
It's not what I think, it's what the commission thinks, but I wouldn't be adverse to including some return on capital in our calculations.
Do you recall me asking you this question at your deposition?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And is that the answer that you gave at your deposition?
At the end of the day, yes, I did.
I'm gonna get your hand. So, I'm looking at page 167 of your deposition.
Okay.
So, here's my question. Again, not to interrupt you, this is quoting Equinor's expert. Mr. Hansen is in effect arguing that Equinor Pipeline should provide saltwater transportation services on a zero return on capital basis. I mean, in principle, that seems to be the position you've taken in the deposition so far. Answer, yes. So that's no longer your position?
Well, we concluded with the same question towards the end of my deposition, as I recall, and I said, as long as you afford Versa the same return on its capital and its investment, interest, in other words, interest on the overcharges through time, then I said that would be probably an appropriate, appropriate agreement. I also mentioned, I think, at the time that the basis of my initial calculations reflect some previous case law regarding just these determinations that the Supreme Court determined, or the Commission determined, that interest should not be included, that it's not an actual cost. So that's my basis for the original calculations here.
So is it your opinion that Section 380808 does allow an affiliate service provider to make a profit?
As it's written, it says reasonable actual costs. If Equinor would show us what its cost of capital was, which is a cost, of course, we would probably include that. But they have not provided us with any cost data.
So, and I guess a yes or no question, is it your opinion that Section 380808 prohibits an affiliate service provider from earning a profit?
Yes.
You'd agree with me, though, I think, that transactions between affiliates are common in the oil and gas industry?
I don't have firsthand knowledge, but yeah, I think that's right.
And you'd agree that affiliates transact business not just with one another, but with third parties as well?
Yes.
And it's common for affiliates to charge one another the same price that they charge to third parties.
Apparently so, yeah.
Speaking about saltwater gathering rates specifically, you'd agree that the owner of a saltwater gathering system would reasonably be expected to establish rates that are consistent with the competitive alternative?
No, I would expect them to establish rates based on their actual cost, according to the statute.
Do you recall me asking you about this during your deposition? This question about how a saltwater gathering system owner would establish its rates?
Depends on, I'm talking now the relationship between an operator and its non-operated working interest partners, not an operator and some other third-party entity.
So speaking about saltwater gathering rates specifically, would you agree that the owner of a saltwater gathering system would reasonably be expected to establish rates for that system that are consistent with the competitive alternative?
Third party to third party, yes.
In the Bakken, that competitive alternative is trucking, correct?
To pipeline?
Correct.
Yes.
So you'd agree that the use of truck transportation costs to develop a rate for pipeline transportation services is reasonable and appropriate for parties dealing at arm's length.
Yes, for parties that are not in business together, like a non-operated working, in this case, versus relationship to Equinor.
And you believe that Equinor's fair tender process results in rates that are representative of trucking rates?
Yes, that's right.
I want to talk a little bit about your relationship with Versa. So you've worked as a consultant for Versa from 2014 to present.
Correct.
And you've been managing Versa's non-op interests,
That's right.
and you've also managed Versa's operated wells.
Correct.
I think Versa had a total of 3 operated wells.
That's right.
Okay. And with respect to this proceeding, you weren't formally retained by Versa as an expert. You view this as a continuation of your consulting services.
Yes, this whole case evolved by my investigation while employed and doing my normal activities for Versa.
And as a consultant to Versa, you believe it's your responsibility to look out for Versa's best interests.
Yes.
And I guess as a consultant managing Versa's non-op interests, you're concerned with how to get an operator to reduce costs.
Sure, if I have the opportunity, and that's what we tried to with Equinor. That's right.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about, just to be clear on the items that you're not challenging, and forgive me for redundancy, I think if you went over this, but to be clear, you're not challenging any costs related to saltwater disposal.
Not in this, no, not at this time.
The saltwater disposal costs that Equinor Pipelines was charging, those are set in the same way as the gathering costs, correct?
I believe so.
And you're not challenging any costs incurred related to the Banks, Roosevelt, or Two Rivers gathering areas?
That's right.
Because Versa doesn't own interests in those areas,
Correct.
or didn't own interests.
Or didn't.
In your slides, well, and in your testimony, you talked about the David Nelson SWD1 system. That term, David Nelson SWD1 system, you came up with that, correct?
Yes.
And it refers to infrastructure that you believe is associated with the David Nelson SWD1 disposal well.
Correct.
It's not a term that Equinor Pipelines uses to designate a discrete asset.
If you say so.
Well, I'm asking, do you?
I don't know if they do or not.
Are you aware of any instance in any of the materials that were produced in Discovery where the David Nelson SWD1 system was referred to?
Not that I saw.
I'm going to talk a little bit about your opinion on Equinor's costs. So your determination of saltwater gathering costs in this case is based on estimates, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have anything to do with the preparation of those estimates.
I was involved in discussions with the consultant, yes.
But Mr. Gerbig, David Gerbig, prepared those estimates.
That's correct.
And I know, I think we saw a copy of Mr. Gerbig's CV earlier. I don't think it was dated. Do you know how current that is?
Not off the top of my head. My impression was that it was fairly current when I asked him for it. So
And when was that?
that would have been earlier this year.
And have you ever worked with Mr. Gerbig before this case?
Not before this case.
Had you ever hired a subcontractor before this case to assist with your consulting work.
Yes,
Do you recall me asking you this question at your deposition?
I do.
And do you recall what your answer to that was?
I think I was a little vague. I couldn't think of any, but in the meantime, I recall. Is that what you're getting?
Yes.
Yeah, I've recalled in the meantime having done that.
And you alluded to having discussions with Mr. Gerbig, but you don't recall any specific discussions with him about how he came up with the numbers in your presentation.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, ultimately, you indicated that you'd had discussions with Mr. Gerbig while he was preparing these. I'm wondering if you recall having any discussions with him about specific numbers that he came up with.
Like I disagreed with some or
Or
was trying to influence them?
he
or
explained
something?
how he came up with the numbers to you.
Through emails, I guess, yeah, sure. And then the detailed description of his cost estimate.
And do you remember me asking you about this at your deposition?
Not really.
Okay. If you want to take a look at page 81 of your deposition. So I'm looking at page 81, line 24, question. Maybe the easier way to do this, are there any numbers on here that you recall specifically discussing with Mr. Gerbig wherein he explained where the numbers came from? Answer, no. Is that still accurate?
Well, I'm not quite sure what your distinction is here. I mean, of course I discussed the numbers with him, but I'm not sure what you mean by the distinction here in terms of what you're suggesting I didn't say back then and what I'm saying now.
Okay.
I'm not, in my opinion, I'm not saying anything inconsistent here, so.
Okay. And to be clear, Mr. Gerbig's not going to be presenting in this hearing to the commission, correct?
That's correct. We were given no contrary numbers to impugn his numbers from Equinor, so we saw no need to involve him in this hearing.
Thank you. I want to ask a few questions about your opinion on future damages. So a portion of Versa's claim concerns what you characterized as future overcharges in your presentation. That's over $908,000, and it's approximately half of Versa's claim, correct?
It's a little less than half.
So when you talk about future overcharges, you're referring to costs that Equinor Energy never incurred.
No, I'm talking about profits that Equinor realized through its sale.
But there aren't any actual saltwater gathering costs that underlie the future overcharges claim. Correct?
Please state your question again. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, you're talking about future overcharges, but you're not referring to actual saltwater gathering costs that were incurred, correct?
Incurred by who?
By Equinor Energy.
No, I wasn't referring to their costs. I'm referring to their revenue that they captured in the manner I described in their sale to Grayson Mill.
Well, maybe let me ask it this way. Versa didn't have to pay any saltwater gathering costs after it sold its assets in 2022, correct?
Not in the same sense of paying a joint interest billing, no.
And even before that, Equinor wasn't charging any saltwater gathering costs after it sold its assets to Grayson Mill in 2021.
No,
No, it was not charging.
right.
Okay.
It was not involved anymore.
It's your opinion that Versa should be compensated under Section 380808 because the price it received when it sold its Bakken assets to Vitesse was reduced.
Right.
And that opinion is based on your belief that Vitesse believed the same saltwater gathering costs would be incurred in the future,
Correct.
even though Equinor had sold its Bakken assets nearly a year before Vitesse's purchase.
Even though, I'm sorry, what's your,
Well, I mean, Equinor wasn't charging Versa any saltwater gathering costs at the time of the Vitesse acquisition, correct?
that's correct.
And actually, prior to the Vitesse acquisition, Versa had commenced this proceeding with the commission to challenge Equinor's costs.
Yes.
And Vitesse knew about this cost proceeding.
I don't know if they did or not.
Right, you don't necessarily know what Vitesse took into account when it set its acquisition price, correct?
No, I don't.
So I think in your testimony, you characterized trucking as an inferior method of saltwater transportation, correct?
Compared to pipelining, yes.
Versa used trucking for the wells that it operated, correct?
Yes.
And even though you think pipeline is a superior method of transportation, you also think it should cost less.
Whether, I don't think should anything. I calculated the cost and it is less.
Would you agree with me that it's not common for you to review midstream costs in your work?
I wouldn't characterize it necessarily like that. You're probably going to try to pin me to something I said in my deposition. But whenever you look at a lease operating statement, which describes all the revenues and expenses of a given lease, many times you look at revenues from gas plants, okay? And you make sure that the distribution of all the revenues associated with NGL recoveries, residue, gas volumes are consistent with the contract. And you analyze those for what your net income is from your gas stream many times so that you know how to plan for future revenues. So I wouldn't say, I don't know to what extent you mean that, but midstream is a vital component of understanding in the context of the revenues that your upstream oil wells are going to receive, or gas wells.
Is it common for you to review midstream infrastructure cost estimates?
No.
So you've offered your opinion on what you think it cost Equinor to provide saltwater gathering services. You don't know what any other operators in the Bakken are charging for saltwater gathering services, correct?
Not that no, I don't.
Oh, you referred a few times in your testimony to info that you'd requested from Equinor but didn't receive, correct? Are you aware that Versa brought a motion recently seeking that information?
Last week?
Yes.
I am aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware it was denied?
I am aware, yeah.
I think you said at one point during your testimony that the contract structure between Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines was illegal. Do you recall that? Would you agree with me, though, that it would be legal if Equinor had sold Equinor pipelines to a third party.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Do you think Equinor acted unethically with respect to Versa?
Equinor pipelines?
Or Equinor Energy?
Yes.
Equinor pipelines.
Equinor, let's just call it Equinor in total, yes.
And do you think Equinor acted illegally?
Well, if legal is defined in the sense of what this commission requires, then yes.
One of your slides, I think it was slide 17, you indicated versus not disputing trucking costs because trucking costs are actual, correct?
That's correct.
In your experience, do trucking companies charge only their actual costs?
I don't know.
You don't know whether they charge their actual costs or something more than that?
I don't know what they charge. I'm assuming they make a profit, so.
So a trucking company would include a profit margin when it's selling its services?
Yes.
I think you said earlier that something along the lines of you wouldn't think a statute would be necessary to require Equinor to do what Versa's asking in this case.
I would not think that a statute would be necessary for an operator to take advantage of one of its partners in the manner that Equinor has done to Versa.
Are relations between operators and non-operators in other states typically governed by agreements?
Joint operating agreements?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring
Yep.
to?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And do you know what those agreements typically provide with respect to affiliate services?
My understanding is that an operator can opt for the drilling and completion phases of the well to provide in-kind services that are substantially at market rates. But it has to be agreed to in writing beforehand, according to my understanding as well.
Slides 33 through 38 and your Exhibit 5 outline a method for estimating costs. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, which slide?
Starts on slide 33.
33, okay. I'm sorry, what's your question?
And 33 through 38 outline a method you employed for estimating costs, correct?
No, estimating profits
Okay.
that are implied by the numbers.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, implied by the numbers that I discussed.
Okay. Is this a method that you would typically use in the course of your work?
I don't, what I use throughout the normal course of my work is to dig deeply into whatever it is I'm looking into. So in the sense that that also indicates that, then I would say yes.
So your analysis covers a number of years before Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines sold their Bakken assets, correct?
Correct.
Hypothetically, if Equinor Pipelines had sold its midstream assets to an independent third party in 2018, for example, but Equinor Energy retained its interests in its Bakken wells, would you agree that that third party could then have charged Equinor Energy whatever it could get?
Yes.
Would you also agree with me that whatever that third party could get would have been what Equinor Pipeline had been charging?
Probably, probably, I guess similar. I mean, maybe cheaper. I think their fair tender rates are probably a little bit high as a representation of what actual trucking rates they could obtain, but in principle, yeah.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a couple questions. Mr. Hanson, you were asked about providing on a zero return basis, and I think your testimony was that if Equinor was allowed to have a return, then the same should apply to Versa. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would the impact of that be relative to this case if you did that?
On versus claim,
Correct.
it would make our claim go up.
How so?
Well, the impact of interest has a bigger effect on versus claim than it does than on Equinor.
And you haven't included that as a component of the overcharge damages that you've testified to?
No.
You were asked some questions as well about if Section 380808 prohibits profit, and you testified the statute allows reasonable actual costs. What's your definition of profit?
Anything above their actual cost.
Does a company have to charge more than its cost to make a profit?
Yes.
And so if the statute only allows costs to be charged, would it allow profits?
No.
You were also asked some questions about third parties charging for services, specifically a hypothetical with a trucking company making a profit when selling services. In that hypothetical, would that be the actual cost to Equinor?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You were asked some questions about if a third-party trucking company was making a profit while selling services in its rates. And so essentially, including this profit component. Thank you, I have no further questions.
No recross.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
No recross.
Okay, I'm sure staff will probably have some questions, but before we go on, I want to go back to the exhibits 6, 7, 8, and 9. And it looks like, how many spreadsheets? Is it 4 spreadsheets? Or are they each the size that? Well, at least one spreadsheet has 152 lines. It's 152 lines wide. And at least, so if this decision, a final order by the commission is appealed, the commission will have to prepare a record, in which case that spreadsheet would have to be converted into a PDF. Just so the parties are aware, it's not going to be, if the case proceeds, it won't appear in the record as its actual native formatted document. So if, as long as you're okay with that, that's how it's going to happen. But if you want it to appear somehow in a appear differently, as opposed to however it's going to appear as a PDF, I think you might want to think about that. I honestly don't know how it could be cobbled together when it's 152 lines.
And that was my concern with, I did not want to burden the commission with having gigantic binders or stacks of paper, and that's why, to not go through it, I didn't want to go through that exercise if we could avoid that. So that logistical concern is why I wanted to simply have them in the record, but not burden everyone with the paperwork of doing that.
And I appreciate your concern. I'm just telling you that if this is appealed, it's going to have to, it'll be converted to a PDF because the district court system doesn't take electronic files that are not PDF. So,
Sure. And I understand that.
okay. All right. Staff have any questions?
Christian, on your exhibit 1, you've identified spacing units, but these spacing units are your terminology. They might not be the actual spacing for the well, such as for lease line wells.
Yeah, those are more of an engineering designation that I keep track of all the DSUs in the Williston Basin based on a unique identifier. So it's not necessarily a regulatory designation of a spacing unit, of a actual spacing unit.
In your testimony, you referred to a statutory interest, and I'm at a loss right now as to where that was, but what statute is that based on?
Oh, I was just using the statutory interest that I researched online, which I found to be 6% in North Dakota.
Do you know where you found that?
I'd have to look back. One of the governmental websites, I believe.
And part of your claim is for compensations for future overcharges. On what basis are you claiming the commission can award compensation for future overcharges?
Well, I don't know the specific, if there is a specific conflict with any of your statutes, but this is all being claimed under the one, 380808.
And on page 5, I want to see if I can clarify this with Exhibit 5. You have $1.96 listed. And then Exhibit A in Exhibit 3 has a gathering fee of $1.75 and a disposal fee of 60 cents. So where did the $1.96 come from?
That is the average over the entire time period before and after all the charges, the tariffs were changed. The $1.75 refers to the gathering, the uniform gathering charge that Equinor went to after 7/1/2019.
On page 25 of Exhibit 5, the gathering expenses of a nickel a barrel, and contingency expenses of a nickel a barrel. Do you know where that number came from?
The nickel was estimated by my consultant.
Do you know what he based that on?
He estimated the cost of electricity and maintenance and estimated that figure. He had a few other items in there as well, under maintenance and
And on page 31, in the red box, did you go over what the red box were, those numbers?
I don't think I did, but that is just my highlight of what the total reduction in tariffs was. Going from, with the change implemented on July 1st, 2019.
So that's the 203 down to the $1.75?
Well, it'd be the total, the 270 down to the, well, individually, you go from 203 to 175, which is 28 cents.
Okay.
And
On page 33, I just want to clarify this. In the first bullet, you say the asset value is 589, or they reported that it was 589 million. And then you applied a percentage to get down to the 405 million based on net revenue stream. So you're claiming that the asset value is what it will generate from a net revenue stream?
at that time, before the tariff changes, actually, that's what, yes, that's how I understood that.
You know, it's up to the commission to decide whether a reasonable profit is appropriate, but in your opinion, what is a reasonable profit for operating a pipeline system?
Well, I think there could be a return on capital. 10% might be appropriate. Equinor has referred to its cost of capital being, its weighted average being 10% in discovery documents.
But once that return on capital is realized, is there a reasonable profit that should be expected after that?
Well, that includes profit, actually, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Christian, let's start with Exhibit 1. There's some items on there that I don't think were explained, so you have a column called Comments, and in a couple of places, it refers to sold to Equinor. What does that mean?
It means those properties were sold to Equinor as of 1/1/2020.
Versa sold them to Equinor?
That's
or-
correct.
Okay, so that was a sale from Versa to Equinor,
That's correct.
January 1 of 20. Okay. The column heading check,
That was just probably my checking some of this data with other spreadsheets. It was just my own internal housekeeping, which probably shouldn't have been included on here, so.
and then finally, you have a column Original Exhibit A,
Right,
which I don't know that we have, and then sometimes you have added well, and sometimes the same drilling spacing unit number.
yes, that refers to wells that we originally produced in Exhibit A, showing what wells were in question. And these wells came into play later that needed to be added as they were drilled and completed.
And what's Original Exhibit A?
I think it was originally provided to the commission, but I'm not sure we have a copy of it right here.
So you think that that's an exhibit that was provided to the commission with the application, or?
Yeah, yeah,
So these would be additional wells added to your analysis subsequent to that filing?
that's correct.
I think I'm in Exhibit 5. Yeah, Exhibit 5. On page 20. Twice on there, you refer to something in quotes called the fair tender process. I'm not sure that I've heard an explanation of what you believe that is. Can you define that for me?
Well, the simplest answer to that is that it was their process to survey the market for what trucking rates are, and it's some average of that process for trucking. Within their first tender process, split out all the different gathering areas and did a separate analysis of that data and came up with different averages for those numbers, gathering and disposal. So it's basically a survey of the market of what they felt was a representative cost of trucking, which they again set as their fee or their tariff for pipeline transportation.
Do you have documentation from Equinor of that definition or that process?
We have documentation on the process, a little bit of it, yes.
And where would we find that?
We have not provided that here, I don't believe, have we?
It's in the exhibits. I believe there are some other exhibits that will be marked or admitted along.
There's some more
lines.
exhibits that you're going to submit? So if you,
Well, I believe Equinor probably will be.
okay. I think we're going to want that so that we know how the two parties are defining that, or what that process was. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hanson. Mr. Cook, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not.
So, just a bit of housekeeping, how many witnesses does Equinor intend to call?
2.
And how, just for the purposes of staff scheduling, what's your estimate of time, at least from the direct examination standpoint?
The next witness, or the first witness that we'd be calling, I would anticipate direct exam, roughly 90 minutes, maybe more. 90 minutes to 2
Okay.
hours.
And then the second one longer or shorter, or,
Same, maybe
Yeah.
a little shorter.
okay. I need to take a quick break. I have to call my main office to, or return a call. Just a quick 5-minute break if we could, please. So we'll go off the record at 2:16. We'll go back on the record. It's 2:30. Have a housekeeping measure to clear up, Mr. Cook. It's been brought to my attention that Exhibit 1 is not the same as Exhibit A. So if you intend to have the commission evaluate your petition and complaint based upon Exhibit 1 and include new wells that are not included in Exhibit A, the commission will have to re-advertise and hold and have another, I guess, hearing to give people an opportunity to look at the advertisement. Otherwise, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Can I talk with Mr. Hanson for a minute on that?
Yes, you may. So we'll go off the record at 2:31.
It'll just be a new
On a piece of paper.
curveball cataracts. You like that one?
I don't want that.
Oh, okay, all right, we won't. We won't. Neither on record or off.
All right, we'll go back on the record, Mr. Cook.
I think we're comfortable proceeding with the original Exhibit A. I don't know if we need to mark that as an exhibit or if it's sufficient that's attached to the complaint to instigate the proceeding.
Well, I think it's in the record.
Okay.
It's as attached to your pleading. So I guess with your clarification, I think that's sufficient for the commission staff.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Potasic, you may call your first witness.
We'd call Kate Beck.
And I would object to this witness being called. This witness was not disclosed in response to our discovery requests.
Your response, counsel?
Ms. Beck was disclosed as a witness on our witness list, which we provided consistent with, I believe, the commission's order in this case.
And we did receive the exhibit, or the witness list. I'm not contending that, but our initial discovery request asked for any information about witnesses, people with knowledge of the case, the factual basis for what they'd be testifying to. I've never received any of that to supplemental discovery disclosure, identifying Ms. Beck or any of the issues that she'll be testifying to. So it goes beyond the witness list.
Well, so I need to go off the record for a second just to evaluate this objection. So it's 2:34. Go off the record. All right, we'll go back on the record. It's 2:43. Mr. Cook, could you provide me with the discovery request where you requested that information?
It would have been versus November 8th, 2021 responses to our discovery request that interrogatories, requests for production of documents. They responded on November 8th, 2021. They identified 6 individuals with, and then set forth their position, the knowledge that they had relative to the case. Ms. Beck was not among them. They did have supplemental discovery disclosures further on that also did not
Do you have a
identify
paper
her.
copy of that handy?
I do not have a paper copy at the moment, but we can certainly
Could you read the
provide
exact
one.
question that was posed?
The question, interrogatory 1, identify each person known to you having knowledge or information relating to the subject matter of this proceeding and describe in detail the nature of each person's knowledge.
Okay, and in response to that, who were the individuals that Equinor identified?
Raj Bhakta, Francisco Bonilla, Eva Butar, Renee Hunter, Heng Nguyen, Frederick Hauge Sterry.
And did they supplement with any additional individuals after that, or Equinor?
Not to my recollection. There was supplemental discovery on other matters, but I don't believe there was ever a supplemental discovery response on individuals.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, and I already forgot your name, I apologize.
Kate Beck.
Kate Beck. We're gonna allow Ms. Beck to testify, and I'm gonna postpone ruling on the objection. The decision will come out with the commission's order, but in the meantime, the 2 decision makers, Mr. Helms and Mr. Bohr, are gonna leave the room to remain at least impartial until I rule on the motion. And so, after they leave, you can proceed with your direct examination. And this is, the commission wants to accommodate the parties and make sure that there's a record of the testimony, at least now that you're here and this hearing's going on. Do you have any objections to this process? Now would be the time to raise them, counsel.
I'm sorry.
If you have any objections to what I'm proposing, now would be your time to raise that objection.
I guess I would just, I think I have already made the point. Ms. Beck was disclosed on July 28th, prior to when Versa made a motion to compel, as the commission probably recalls. She was disclosed on July 28th as someone who would be a witness in this proceeding. I heard nothing about this objection until 5 minutes ago. So my understanding was that there was no objection to Ms. Beck testifying, given that Equinor had, in a sense, supplemented its discovery responses by disclosing Ms. Beck as a witness in this proceeding. It seems to me to be too late to wait to raise this objection on the afternoon of the first day of the hearing. That's our position on this.
Okay, and thank you for adding to the record. And so Mr. Helms and Mr. Bohr will leave the room, and then we can allow the direct to take place. All right.
These are Ms. Beck's slides. The exhibits, yes, she would likely be going through those exhibits as well.
Okay, and obviously, if I rule at some point prior to the issuance of the final order, Mr. Helms and Mr. Bohr will have an opportunity to review the testimony of the witness and before a final order is issued by the commission. Okay, counsel, you may proceed. Let me swear the witness. Ms. Beck, do you solemnly raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Potasic?
Good afternoon, Ms. Beck. I I'd like to start, I know you have your slides in front of you as well. Everybody else has copies of your slides. Turning to slide 2, if you could tell me about your educational background.
And before we begin, this is related, but I do have a separate objection to the slides being used. This was disclosed to me at, I believe, 4:50 yesterday afternoon. There's 32 slides that go into a number of items or topics that have not been disclosed in discovery.
Your response, Mr. Potasek?
These are demonstratives to go along with Ms. Beck's testimony. I don't believe I had to disclose the entirety of Ms. Beck's testimony prior to this hearing. However, in our exhibit list, we indicated that demonstratives would be used. Again, we voluntarily provided copies of the demonstratives to Versa. Again, this is the first objection I'm hearing.
Okay, so you don't intend these slides as exhibits then?
No, these are to assist with Ms. Beck's testimony.
All right, any response?
I think it goes beyond demonstrative. There's a number of items in here that extend beyond, for example, on audit information that we've never been provided involving other parties. And so that's my concern with it, is I think it's not simply to explain evidence that's in the record as a demonstrative would typically do. It goes beyond that.
Oh,
And if I may for a moment, to that point, if Versa's objection is that some of this information was not disclosed in discovery, I would expect Versa to go through and indicate that discovery requests were made actually requesting the information being objected to. There's no obligation for Equinor to simply provide everything in discovery if it hasn't been requested. Specifically, the audit information, I'm not aware of any discovery requests that sought that information.
My position is we had a motion to compel hearing, and Equinor took the position it was too late for us to ask for discovery. If it's too late to ask for discovery, it's too late to produce it 10 minutes before the close of the working day yesterday.
so I'm gonna overrule the objection. Obviously, you have the opportunity to cross-examine the witness with your discovery requests that you submitted to Equinor. And so you may begin, Mr. Potasek.
Thank you. So, Ms. Beck, we were looking at slide 2. Could you tell me about your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Michigan and MBA from the University of Texas.
And could you tell me about your work background prior to Equinor?
Yes, I worked for BP for 3 years as a drilling engineer. And then I have a work break, you'll notice, that where I went to school to get my MBA and then returned to work for a company called Texas American Resources in Austin, Texas, as an engineer of various forms, reservoir primarily. From there, I went to Brigham, which I didn't note here, but was only just a couple months before the acquisition by Equinor.
Thank you. Could you tell me about your work for Equinor?
So I, for the 10 years that Equinor owned the asset, and as I mentioned a few months before with Brigham, I was with the Bakken asset either directly or indirectly in a variety of positions, as an engineer, as a manager in our engineering groups, operations, finance, and ultimately was the Bakken asset manager at one point. I've also held other roles in other assets as asset manager, and in our Appalachian Basin, and now most recently my position is as our U.S. operations manager, responsible for our operations in eastern Ohio and offshore Gulf of Mexico.
Thank you. Turning to your slide 3, I have some questions about Equinor Energy generally. So what is Equinor's business?
Equinor is an international energy company based out of Norway.
Okay, and how long did Equinor Energy operate in the Bakken?
For 10 years, from 2011 and the acquisition of Brigham, and then until the sale of the asset to Grayson Mill in 2021.
So there have been a couple of Equinor entities that we've heard about so far in the hearing. What is Equinor Energy LP?
That's the upstream portion of the Bakken asset, and it was specific to the Bakken. but it was the upstream development and production.
And what is Equinor Pipelines LLC?
Equinor Pipelines is an entity that holds Equinor onshore midstream assets, both within the Williston Basin and other basins in the U.S.
And what is their relationship?
They're sister companies that direct subsidiaries of Equinor U.S. Holdings.
From 2011 to 2021, approximately how many oil and gas wells did Equinor operate in the Bakken?
At the time of the sale, there was around 750 wells. When the asset entered Equinor, there were around 180 at that time.
Okay. And I'm looking at slide 4. There are other assets listed. Aside from oil and gas wells, what other assets did Equinor acquire from Brigham?
The midstream gathering assets.
And what would you include within midstream gathering assets?
Oil, gas, water pipelines, oil facilities, saltwater disposal wells.
Could you tell me how did Equinor structure the management of its Bakken assets?
So I talk a little bit about that on slide 5. So while we talked about the entities within Equinor's management, there was similarly an upstream organization and a midstream organization, and they had responsibilities for their respective commercial interests of both of those different types of work. And they were governed by 2 different agreements over time, the first of which was a technical service provider, and the second one was called the commercial service provider agreements. And essentially what those agreements did was sort of help understand which mandates resided within which group, as gathering specifically can is the connection point between the 2 organizations. So the upstream organization had the human in the field doing the actual operating of the assets, and so that they operated the gathering assets on behalf of Equinor Midstream. And that was the case throughout, and these 2 different agreements just slightly changed the mandate for how decisions were made specifically for capital investments to ensure that those things aligned in terms of servicing the upstream wells. The midstream group's main mandate was to ensure flow assurance for the upstream assets, to make sure the oil, gas, and water had takeaway. And they managed all the contracts and commercial terms associated with those. And the upstream side really just focused on the physical operation and build out of those systems.
So your slide indicates that services were provided between midstream and upstream. Pre-2016, how were those services paid for?
Intercompany agreements within the accounting system.
Okay. And post-2016, how were those services paid for?
In the same way.
Okay.
I think I used the word agreements, I meant transactions, intercompany transactions. Sorry, just to be specific there.
So before we get into the costs themselves, I want to ask a few questions about saltwater gathering and disposal services generally. How was saltwater transported from Equinor's Bakken wells?
Either by truck or by pipeline
And how would it have been disposed of?
into saltwater disposal wells, either Equinor owned or third party.
And the gathering and disposal services, where would those services occur?
They would happen from the well pad to the destination saltwater disposal facility.
So in unit?
Well, they would pick it up at unit, but then immediately it would be off unit.
Okay. And I guess in unit or on or off the pad?
the transfer is at the pad, and then after that point, it is off pad.
Now I'd like to talk about the service providers that Equinor Energy used. You mentioned earlier that saltwater was transported by truck or hauled by truck or by pipeline. Who did Equinor use for hauling?
We used a number of companies over the course of time and across the geographic area. They're listed on this slide 7. Some examples are Walla, Nuvera, Wind River, Estvold, and there were others as well.
Talked about hauling. You also mentioned that some of the water was transported by pipeline. Who did Equinor Energy use for pipeline gatherers?
Equinor Pipelines and Bobcat Development, which was a subsidiary of Oasis.
Okay. And I'm looking at your slide 8. There's some different time periods listed there. Can you explain that?
Yes, these are just the changing entity names of where those services were residing. So originally, it was within Statoil Oil and Gas LP. Then in 2016, the assets were transferred into the Statoil Pipelines entity, and then ultimately that name changed to Equinor Pipelines.
Thank you. So, talked about transportation. Who did Equinor use for saltwater disposal?
Equinor Pipelines, Bobcat, Henry Hill, and there's a list here on 9, which includes 10 plus at least that we use throughout the basin.
Were any of these also used for transportation?
Some of them were, yes.
And those are all listed on slide 9, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and Ms. Beck, I'm moving quickly because we've kind of gone over, or a lot of this was already gone over earlier in the hearing. But I want to talk a little bit about the saltwater gathering infrastructure that Equinor Pipelines managed. So you testified a little while ago that Equinor acquired, when it entered the Bakken, it acquired assets from Brigham, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Equinor subsequently expanded those gathering assets.
That's correct.
Who owned the saltwater gathering infrastructure?
So the initial ownership was within the Statoil Oil and Gas LP, and then that asset ownership was transferred into Statoil Pipelines in 2016.
And what slide are you looking at?
Slide 10.
Okay. And similar question, but slightly different. Who operated the saltwater gathering infrastructure?
The Equinor upstream group operated it.
So with the change in ownership that occurred in 2016, how did that impact the personnel operating the assets?
It didn't.
So if I flip to slide 11, what does slide 11 show?
Slide 11 is a map of the saltwater gathering system in Montreal County, what we refer to as Ross. The purple lines are the saltwater pipelines. The 2 yellow stars are the 2 saltwater disposal wells that Equinor owned. The very small blue squares are the different well pads that were on the system. And then the unit highlighted in blue is a unit that Versa held an interest in.
Thank you. If I flip to slide 12, what's the information that you've included here on slide 12?
This is a description of the saltwater infrastructure.
That relates to the slide we previously had.
Yes, sorry, yes, that was related to the Ross system.
And where does this information come from?
This was an exhibit to the purchase and sale agreement from Equinor to Grayson Mill.
Okay. If you'll take a look, you have an exhibit binder in front of you. If you take a look at exhibit E7. What is exhibit E7?
This is the exhibit I was referring to that was a part of the PSA.
Okay. We'd offer exhibit E7.
No objection.
Exhibit E7 is received and admitted. That's, of course, pursuant to my prior statement regarding the receipt of Ms. Begg's testimony.
All right, Ms. Beck, if you'll flip to slide 13. What does this slide show?
This is a similar map, but this time of McKenzie County, or the system that we refer to as the Central McKenzie System. In this system, there's also 2 saltwater disposal wells, and you can see 3 units that Versa held interest in compared to the rest of the system.
Okay. And if I turn to slide 14, information on here looks similar to slide 12. What is on slide 14?
This is a description of the McKenzie system from that same purchase and sale agreement.
Exhibit E7 that we just looked at.
Yes.
So, one more. If we flip to slide 15, what does slide 15 show?
15 is another map, this time focused on Williams County in our Williams system. And again, we show 4 Equinor-owned saltwater disposal wells and the different units that Versa held interest in.
Okay, and if we flip to slide 16, what information is reflected on slide 16?
That's a description of the Williams system from Exhibit 7 or the PSA.
Thank you. Now, we've looked at the Ross system in Montreal County, the McKenzie system, and the Williams County system. Why were those 3 systems included?
Those are the systems that Versa had wells associated with.
Thank you. We've just been looking at Equinor pipelines, saltwater gathering infrastructure. Why did Equinor Energy choose to contract with Equinor Pipelines for saltwater gathering services?
Because pipeline was the preferred method of transport for saltwater specifically. And then why did Equinor contract with Equinor Pipelines was because that was the option in the area besides trucking. It was more predictable, it was safer, it was better for the community. And because there were not other third-party pipeline options, Equinor had its own. And so, and the other reason is there was no contracting with other parties who may have built a pipeline. We did not want to have to pursue any volume commitments. And so thus we had Equinor Pipelines agreement.
Does Equinor Energy contract with Equinor Pipelines for services other than saltwater gathering and disposal?
Yes, for oil and gas transport as well.
Okay. Has Versa challenged any of those costs?
No.
Are there any other affiliates that Equinor Energy contracts with for services?
No.
So, Ms. Beck, this case is ultimately about the cost that Equinor Pipelines charged to Equinor Energy for saltwater gathering services. And I want to talk about what those costs looked like during the relevant time period. So I'm flipping to slide 18, and I want to first start with asking you about saltwater gathering and disposal costs pre-2015. What saltwater gathering costs did Equinor Energy incur prior to 2015?
So there were two different gathering tariffs, one for Ross and one for all other areas. It was $2 in Ross, $2.15 in all other areas. And then there were similarly two different disposal fees for saltwater disposal, 75 cents in Ross and 60 cents in all other areas.
Generally speaking, what was the basis for these rates that you just described?
It was based on prevailing trucking rates for the gathering and other disposal well fees from third-party providers.
So looking at slide 18, I see there's a reference to negotiated rate. What do you mean by negotiated rate?
Well, the rates that we paid to third parties were a rate that we would have gone to them and negotiated for the best rate that we could get.
And those third parties are?
Some of the ones that we talked about in the previous slide of the different wells that we used.
Okay. And there's also a reference to market-based rate. Could you explain how Equinor established a market basis for these rates?
Yes. So as we did with many other services, we did what we refer to as the fair tender process, which is soliciting bids from a number of different providers to get a competitive rate. We would solicit those bids. We might even negotiate those bids in the process to get the best rate. And then we would build from that our approved supplier list that could be used for call out by the field. And so in this case, to build the rate, then those rates were built, that process was not unique to setting rates, but was for operational use. So that we then took those values and averaged them to come to our market-based rate that we set our tariffs and fees on.
So the rates that were negotiated were actually used for the trucking companies that you received bids from?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm looking at slide 19, and there's a reference to rates charged by Brigham. What are you referring to there?
Meaning the rates that Brigham had set prior to the acquisition remained in place after the acquisition until the next time that we made an adjustment based on the fair tender process.
Okay. And the fair tender process, there's a reference to, on slide 19, to a market assessment in 2013. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about, yes.
Okay. And it looks like there are some entities listed there. Who are those entities?
Those were some of the entities that we sought bids from for gathering, for disposal costs and transportation costs.
Okay. And if I turn to slide 20, what's the information that you've included here on slide 20?
So this is a spreadsheet that compares both the fees, the original fees in 2010 to bids that were received in 2013 from various providers. And so it was a comparison between those rates at the time.
Thank you. So before we move on to talk about 2015 costs, you've already alluded to the fair tender process. It was brought up in testimony earlier. Questions were asked about it. And I know you've referenced trucking companies that were used to generate the rates used in the fair tender process. Why use trucking companies?
That was the only other viable option.
So, I'm turning to slide 21, and I can see here that we've got some different rates. First, I want to ask, though, why did the rates change in 2015?
In 2015, based on our operations, we recognized that there was a shift in the market pricing. So we performed our fair tender process as we would do in the normal course of business. And we made the decision to adjust our rates to ensure that at that point that we were in line with the market.
I think you said based on our operations, we noticed a shift in the market. Could you explain a little bit more what you mean by that, based on your operations?
So we trucked water off of pads from the upstream side. And so we knew based on our work experience that we were seeing some changes in the price. In 2015, there was a shift in the entire market across the board. So we knew that that was an inflection point.
Okay, so we've talked about why. How did the costs that Equinor was incurring change?
Well, in this case, we sensed a shift in a downward movement. The rates that ultimately came out in the process where in this case, we've now decided to split it into different geographic areas as we noticed some differences between the areas. So we wanted to honor that. And by and large, it wasn't a vast change from previous, but some cases it was lower. In some cases it wasn't.
So how did the fair tender process that was conducted in 2015 differ from processes that Equinor Energy had used in the past?
By and large, it was the same. There are some differences. Obviously, we moved to a rate that would have was reflective of different geographic areas, but in terms of soliciting bids and comparing the alternatives and negotiating prices, is generally the same.
The fair tender process that you're talking about, I know you alluded earlier to it serving two purposes, and I'm wondering if you could clarify what those two purposes were.
So the first purpose was to ensure we had competitive rates for direct trucking of water off of well pads. And then secondary purpose was to review and adjust our rates for tariffs and saltwater disposal fees for Equinor pipelines.
Okay. And in determining what bids to, how were bids ultimately, or bidders ultimately awarded through the fair tender process?
So then we would have purchase order rates that they were then honoring through our operations, and they were put on our approved supplier list that could be used as needed based on the operator's needs.
So when Equinor Energy was selecting which bidders to award contracts to, what criteria were used to determine who would be awarded?
It was based on their availability, their reliability, their equipment, their safety record, and their price.
So, Ms. Beck, I'm wondering if you can flip in your exhibit binder to Exhibit E2. And what is Exhibit E2?
E2 was a presentation that was prepared by individuals both on our supply chain group and our operations team to set the strategy for the saltwater hauling and disposal tender process for that year.
Okay, so ultimately, how does Exhibit E2 relate to the fair tender process? I may have missed that.
This was the work that was done prior to actually soliciting the bids to set the scope of what that bid would entail and what we determined, how we were going to be evaluating the bids as they returned to us.
Thank you. We'd offer Exhibit E2.
No objection.
Exhibit is received and admitted.
So, Ms. Beck, turning to slide 23, there are a lot of bullets on here and a lot of different text boxes. What is this information that you've included on slide 23?
So this is information that came from the exhibit we just looked at. Again, we reference what is the scope of work that we are assessing for this tender process, some discussions about what the market is like, what we consider to be success factors, or in other words, what are some of the criteria we're looking at. Again, here it mentions, as I said, availability of equipment, their reliability, and their rate structure. And then we talk through some of the terms that we're looking to review, and which vendors that we're going to approach to try to receive bids from.
Thank you. And I see, just point of clarification, it looks like it's more than, this dealt with more than just produced water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, I understand the fair tender process that Equinor utilized. What I'm wondering is how that fair tender process actually was used to come up with internal rates. I think that was the second purpose you alluded to.
Yes. So the rates that we received, then we averaged more or less to get to our rate. In this particular year, I believe it was this year, there was one high bid that we actually excluded from that average, but I'm sorry, that may be the one that's later on, but there were maybe some nuance between them, but by and large, what we did was average those costs.
Okay, and I apologize if I asked you this already, but why didn't Equinor Energy use pipeline rates in performing this 2015 fair tender process?
There weren't available pipelines to service our wells.
So I want to have you take a look at Exhibit E18.
Oh, E8.
And Ms. Beck, what is Exhibit E18?
This is a spreadsheet that lists the different fee amounts that we received from the different bidders in the different areas. And then further on the second page, you can see the average bids. The first couple of pages are related specifically to flowback, and then the last two pages are related to produced water.
So looking, for example, at the final page, the fourth page, and I think to be clear, this is an excerpt of a spreadsheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at page 4 of Exhibit E18, could you explain where the information is that Equinor used to come up with its saltwater gathering rates?
Yes. So along the left, there are the different areas, and then we have some different types of rates, whether it is hauling only, and whether it goes to what we call either a second or third party SWD site. A second party would be if the hauler also owns its saltwater disposal well, we'd call that a second party. And then a third party would be to a saltwater disposal well that was not owned by the hauling company. And so then the next there are some averages of those figures. There, yeah.
And I see on your, I'm looking at this point, slide 24 in your presentation, there's a reference to disposal rates and gathering rates. Both of those refer to second party. SWD, what do you mean by second party?
So second party is a company that both hauls and disposes of the water in their own company-owned well. And to arrive at the rate that Equinor would use, we essentially subtracted those second-party all-in fees, we subtracted their SWD fee from their all-in fee to get their gathering rate.
Okay. And why use second party rates?
It was the most representative viable option to Equinor Pipeline.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, if I haven't done it, we'd offer Exhibit E18.
No objection.
Exhibit is received and admitted.
So, Ms. Beck, I'm now turning to your slide 25. What's the information that you've included on slide 25?
The top table is the rates that Equinor set at this point for gathering and disposal of produced water and flowback water. And then the table on the bottom shows some examples of, and these examples are from the 2018 timeframe, but of the rates that Equinor and third parties charged to a particular well as an example.
So how did Equinor's Ross gathering rate compare to Oasis's gathering rate in that area?
It was the same.
So this top table, if I heard you correctly, these are the results of the 2015 fair tender process.
The top table is, yes.
Okay. And where does this information come from?
This comes from internal presentation or memo. Sorry that I can't remember which one it is, but
Well,
it's,
I'll refer you, I'll have you open up to your exhibit binder to Exhibit E6. What is Exhibit E6?
this is a memo outlining the saltwater disposal system and the rates that were charged.
And is this where the information on slide 25 came from?
Yes.
I guess we'd offer Exhibit E6.
No objection.
Exhibit is received and admitted.
And before we move on, Ms. Beck, I'm looking at the first page of Exhibit E6. Under the heading rates, it says the rates for 2016 to 2018 are built on a tender process done in late 2015. It is based on companies providing the full service of trucking and disposing in owned disposal wells. This is currently our only viable market comparison per our business model, and we are using the same companies for SWD when applicable. Is that accurate as far as you know?
Yes.
Okay, so we've talked about the 2015 fair tender process and how rates were adjusted in response. I want to next talk about 2019, which, as I understand, is when the next fair tender process occurred. Can you tell me why did Equinor adjust its costs in 2019?
Similar to 2015, we recognized that there was, through our operations, that there was a change in the market, and we wanted to ensure we had competitive rates.
And how exactly did those rates change?
They reduced.
Could you elaborate a little bit more?
Sure. So we performed our tender process, and this time we consolidated into one rate for all areas, one rate for gathering of $1.75, and a disposal fee of 60 cents.
Thank you. I know I'm kind of bouncing around a little bit, but if you could go back to your exhibit binder and take a look at Exhibit E5. And what is Exhibit E5?
This is an approval document related to the revised tariff rates for saltwater gathering and disposal.
How does this relate to the fair tender process that you just described?
This would have been the outcome of the fair tender process and then rate review based on the bids that we received from the third parties.
Thank you. And I'd offer Exhibit E5. I think I'd note that it's already, a version of it is already in the record. I forget what your exhibit number it was.
I think it's Exhibit 10, so I don't know if there's a preference to just stick with the same exhibit so we don't have duplicates.
If it's already been offered and admitted, it'd be my preference that we stick with the one
Okay.
that's already in the record.
Okay. Well, all right, then, for the record, just to clarify, Ms. Beck, as far as you know, Exhibit E5 that you were just talking about is the same as versus Exhibit 10?
Yes, it looks to be.
So you've alluded to a fair tender process, again, that was undertaken in 2019. I've probably said the words fair tender process about 50 times. How did this fair tender process in 2019 compare with processes that Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines had used prior to then?
The process was generally the same. Solicit competitive bids, negotiate them for use in upstream, and then use those rates to inform our gathering fees and disposal fees.
And I'm looking at your slide 27. Looking at gathering rates, the gathering rates bullet specifically, it says average rates for hauling SW. What do you mean by that?
We averaged the rates for hauling saltwater.
Okay. I'd like to have you take a look, go back to your exhibit binder, and if you take a look at Exhibit E19, so, Ms. Beck, what is Exhibit E19?
This is a record of the bids that we got from the different providers, and then the two averages we calculated of those.
We'd offer Exhibit E19.
No objection.
Exhibit is admitted or received and admitted.
So we've been talking about this fair tender process and the rates that were generated as a result. How were those rates memorialized?
Those were memorialized in the agreement between the Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines, the gathering agreement.
Thank you. I'm looking at Exhibit E3, or E4, sorry. What is Exhibit E for?
It's our intercompany produced water gathering and disposal agreement.
And I believe this is the same as versus Exhibit 3, which was offered and admitted. If that's the case, we don't need to reoffer it. Was Exhibit 3 admitted? I don't know if I recall.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. So, sorry if I cut you off. What is Exhibit E for?
This is the agreement between Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines governing the relationship around saltwater gathering and disposal.
Thank you. So, again, to summarize briefly what you said regarding 2019, those rates are, once again, based on the fair tender process, and trucking companies were utilized for the 2019 fair tender process.
Yes.
And I've asked once already, I'll ask again, why didn't you include pipeline rates in the 2019 fair tender process?
At that time, I think we only had one known pipeline rate in one area, so we didn't feel it was representative of the greater body of options and figures for saltwater disposal. That was our main viable other option in the majority of areas.
Thank you. If I'm turning to your slide 28, which is titled Bobcat Devco Oasis Contract. What is the Bobcat Devco contract?
That is a contract between Equinor Pipelines and Bobcat, or what I usually refer to as Oasis, for a connection to between our gathering systems in order to be able to utilize Oasis's saltwater disposal well in the Banks area, which is in eastern McKenzie County.
And why was Equinor interested in using Oasis's gathering system?
It was close enough to our gathering system that it was viable to connect and utilize some capacity that they had for the excess water that we were experiencing or expected to experience in that area.
And what fees did Oasis charge for use of the gathering system?
Their gathering fee was $1.70 and disposal fee of 62 cents.
I see on your slide 28 there's a reference to increases. Why was the rate increased?
There was a contractual escalation in those fees.
If you take a look at Exhibit E15 in your binder, what is Exhibit E15?
This is the gathering and disposal agreement between Equinor and Bobcat.
We would offer Exhibit E15.
I would object on relevance grounds. I think this concerns a different area that's not part of Versa's claim.
The relevance is that this is the only other third-party pipeline operator rate that we have, that any party has introduced evidence of, and I think that that's relevant to the reasonableness of the rates that Equinor Pipelines charged.
Objection is overruled. And you offered the exhibit.
Yes, we've
correct?
offered.
It's received and admitted over objection.
So, Ms. Beck, how did the rates charged by Oasis pursuant to this contract compare to the rates that Equinor Pipeline was charging?
They were very similar.
So if I'm looking at your slide 28, I see, so in 2021, Oasis for gathering and disposal would have been charging a total of $2.35. What was Equinor Pipelines charging for gathering and disposal at that time?
$2.35.
Thank you. I want to change gears a little bit. We've gone through the fair tender processes that Equinor used and how that was used to set the rates that Equinor Pipelines was charging. Ms. Beck, are any of the subject wells or the wells at issue in this proceeding covered by a joint operating agreement?
Yes.
And what wells are those?
The wells in the Shorty 4-9 unit.
Okay. And I'm looking at your slide 29 that references the Shorty 4-9 JOA. Why are those wells covered by a JOA?
The predecessor in interest to Versa signed the JOA.
If you could take a look, again in your exhibit binder, at Exhibit E1. Ms. Beck, what is Exhibit E1?
This is the JOA governing the Shorty 4-9 unit.
Okay. We'd offer Exhibit E1.
I would object, it's not a signed agreement.
What's your response to that, Mr. Patasek?
Well, for one, it wouldn't be signed by Versa, as Ms. Beck indicated. It was entered into by TPC Resources. And Ms. Beck has testified that this JOA governs the Shorty 4-9 unit. I guess I'm not even entirely sure what the basis for the objection is that it's not a signed agreement.
I think it's a lack of foundation and objection that there's a exhibit that doesn't have a signed, it's of no effect, it's a contract that's not been signed, other than by Brigham, but not by any of the working interest owners.
And I guess as far as foundation, Ms. Beck has testified that the Shorty 4-9 wells are governed by a JOA, and this is a copy of that JOA.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Ms. Beck, are you aware of what the Shorty 4-9 JOA provides with respect to services performed by affiliates?
Yes.
And what does it provide?
It allows for the operator to perform those services and supply them at competitive rates.
And is that consistent with Mr. Hansen's testimony earlier regarding JOAs?
Yes.
Are you also aware of what the Shorty 4-9 JOA provides regarding Versa's ability to challenge costs for the Shorty 4-9 wells?
Yes, they have audit rights through the JOA.
And what is the time frame within which Versa is permitted to challenge costs?
2 years.
And has Versa taken a written exception to any of the costs for the Shorty 4-9 wells?
No.
Oh, and I'm not sure if I asked you this, but I've just referred to the Shorty 4-9 wells. Do you know how many wells that is?
8.
So 8 of the subject wells would be covered by a JOA.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. I have like to change topics again. And I'd like to ask you, while Equinor was operating in the Bakken, were any of its wells ever audited?
Yes,
How often?
every year.
Do you know who has audited Equinor's wells?
Yes, there's a list on slide 30. It includes Hess, ConocoPhillips, Whiting, Oxy, and Lario.
If you'll take a look at Exhibit E20 in your binder. What is Exhibit E20?
This is Whiting's notice to non-operating parties on their, the audit they plan to perform, and it is versus participation signature
Is that on the second page?
on the second page, yes.
And I see on your slide 30, there's I think, a reference to this audit in 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Versa participated in this 2017 audit. Do you know how many of the subject wells were included?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Do you know what the results of this audit were?
Not all of the results, but I know that there were not any challenges to the rates charged in the saltwater gathering or disposal.
Oh, we'd offer Exhibit E20.
And I would object on the same discovery basis. I believe we received this Monday afternoon.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I would object on the same untimely production of this in discovery. I believe we received this document on Monday afternoon after the order was entered on the motion to compel.
And could you identify or state for the record, when you requested it originally and and how it falls within that request for production?
I would refer back to our same interrogatories, and we had a separate request for production of documents that was included with that. We requested documents that identified, referred to, or relied upon in answering their interrogatories. All documents relating to the costs that have been charged or assessed to Versa. All contracts between them and another entity relating to operating cost charged or assessed to Versa. All correspondence, emails, memorandums, bills, invoices, or other documents exchanged between the two entities, Equinor and Equinor Pipelines, relating to disposal or operating costs.
Your response, Mr. Potasic?
I guess I didn't really see, I'm certain that there's no request for information related to an audit. I'm not aware how this election to participate in this audit would necessarily be responsive to the interrogatories and requests that I've just heard. I'd also note that, I mean, this is signed by Versa. Versa presumably has a copy of this document. So I guess I'm not convinced that it was responsive to the requests that we got. And I know at least some of those requests were objected to, and if an objection would have covered this document, then we wouldn't have had an obligation to produce it until the objection was addressed or overruled.
And I don't dispute that. I did not specifically request audit documents that I can see. It would have been more the broader request.
I understand. I'm going to overrule the objection and we'll receive and admit it and give it the appropriate weight it's due.
All right, Ms. Beck. To conclude my initial examination here, I'd just like to ask, what is Equinor Energy asking the commission to do in this case?
asking that the commission finds that the rates Equinor charged were proper and appropriate.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Cook, I'm gonna, if you wish, since you were just recently, I guess you weren't allowed to conduct a deposition or didn't have an opportunity to conduct a deposition, if you want a little extra time to organize your cross-examination.
I think we can proceed.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'd like to follow up on a few areas here with you. Let's start with your slide 18. You testified that the saltwater gathering and disposal rates were market-based for affiliates or negotiated rates for non-affiliates, correct?
Yes,
And so, in other words, as an affiliate, Equinor Energy is not negotiating with Equinor Pipelines to try and get a lower gathering rate, correct?
no,
There's no actual negotiation that would take place between those because they're not third-party entities. Is that fair?
right, no, we tried to rely more on external data and information as, how the market rate was set.
Okay. And I'd like to follow up with you on some of that and the fair tender process questions. I believe, do you have our binder of exhibits?
I don't.
Well, we can do Respondents Exhibit 11, E11. It's the same. Are you familiar with what's at Exhibit E11?
Yes, generally.
And can you tell us what this is generally?
This is a summary of bids, that were generated.
And is this related to the fair tender process that you testified to?
Yes.
I would offer E11.
No objection.
E11 is received and admitted.
So if I understand your testimony correctly on the fair tender process, Equinor put out a call for bids from trucking companies, and then it received a number of bids in response, correct? And then it used those bids to price out its transportation services, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Equinor used those bids to enter into actual contracts with those trucking companies, correct?
Yes.
And that would be involved in circumstances where Equinor was not putting the produced water into its pipeline, right?
Generally, yes.
Where it would use those trucking companies based on these negotiated rates.
Yes.
And in those cases, Equinor would pay the company the rate that's set in those various contracts.
Yes.
And then it would pass along that cost to an entity like Versa, the working interest partner.
Yes.
But Equinor also used the trucking bids to set its prices for pipeline transportation, correct?
Yes.
And you testified earlier, it would do that by averaging out all of these bids that came in from the trucking companies.
Yes.
You would agree that when you called for bids and they came back, there were various levels of bids received from trucking companies, correct?
Yes.
And so some came in much lower than the overall average of those bids, right?
Yes.
So for example, if we go to page 7429 on Exhibit 11. So this appears to show some of the bids that came in for produced water hauling. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so if we look at Williams County, there's different vendors listed. The first one that I see is QC Energy, correct? And that's at $1.26 per barrel.
Yes.
You would agree the average rate of all trucking bids from 2015 was $2.17 per barrel for Williams County, right?
I don't have it on this page, and I don't remember those numbers exactly, but that sounds about right.
And I think it's on your slide 25, if you want to confirm that figure.
Yes.
So the QC bid of $1.26 per barrel is almost $1 cheaper than the average rate of $2.17 that Equinor set as its transportation rate, correct?
Yes.
Now, when Equinor needed to use trucking companies, as we talked about earlier, to actually truck water, you would agree it chose to use the cheapest companies that it could.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay.
It was circumstantially dependent upon what was needed and what was available at the time. It was up to the operator's discretion to make sure that we used safe vendors that were available at the time and in the area, and had a disposal outlet where they could take that water in a reasonable location. And cost can be a consideration, but it was up to the operators to decide at that time what they should use in the circumstance.
Not quarreling that there's different circumstances that play into it, but let's look back at page 7429 on Exhibit 11. Let's say Equinor preferred to use the cheapest trucking company it could. Is that fair?
I don't know that that's always the case, no. Because the
Okay.
cheapest doesn't mean that it's the safest, most reliable, so it just means that it's the cheapest.
Okay. Well, page 7429, would you agree with me? Equinor developed a preferred call list for different trucking companies.
Yeah, this list is there. It's based on our supply chain group. They would list what their preference was for first, second, and third calls strictly on a pricing basis. But that was not a mandate to our operations and how to use these. It was more holistic than that.
Okay, but my question is they would develop a first call, second call, third call list that was based on price, correct?
Yes, this list, is there and existed.
So QC Energy was the cheapest bid that came in, and they wanted to call them first if they had to use a trucking company, right?
Who's the they? I just
Equinor.
Well, that's what I'm trying to describe to you. The supply chain group would recommend the lowest bid. The operations had the authority to choose the best service more holistically based on the call out. So sometimes they may have used the cheapest, but that wasn't necessarily always their first call, nor was it even generally their first call. It depended on the area, who was available, what their service quality was at the time. So it just depended.
If we look further at that exhibit, would you agree that Equinor prepared a number of calculations about the economic impact to the company if it used this preferred called list?
Yes, I agree. Which page specifically are you on? I'm sorry.
So it starts at 7431. There's a produced water hauling and disposal comparison.
Yes, those calculations were done.
Savings calculation at page 7432. And so Equinor is doing the detailed breakdown on if it calls QC Energy first, uses them, they're cheaper, how much would they save potentially by doing that as opposed to another trucking company, right?
Yes.
Now, you would agree the fair tender process doesn't go into that type of detail in terms of savings calculations, correct?
Not the initiation of it, but there would often be an assessment after any fair tender process, not just saltwater related, where you would assess the differences based on what the outcome was from what was the previous rates were.
And what I'm getting at is you testified that Equinor averaged the trucking rates, so the $2.17 rate that we talked about for Williams Company, that would be charged under the fair tender process if the water was transported via pipeline, correct?
That's right. Although if you did note on, I think it was E19, we actually excluded in that average, we excluded the highest bid that we received. So it wasn't, so it wasn't always every single bid used, but there was an exception.
Okay. So just to wrap up on this point, though, it's fair to say that Equinor used the overall average price when it had to transport by pipeline, that the overall average price of trucking bids, but then it could obtain or may obtain a lower price if it actually had to truck water, correct?
It could, yes.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to Exhibit 3. This is the petitioner's Exhibit 3, not the respondents. And actually, I'm sorry, I think it is the respondents Exhibit 3. I made you go to the wrong binder there. So respondents Exhibit 3. Apologize for that. This looks to be a memo dated April 21st, 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
This is Bates numbered at EQ 0107, continues on for a few pages after that. Are you familiar with this
I am.
generally?
Yes.
I would offer Exhibit 3, Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Exhibit is received and admitted.
On page EQ 0108, it gives a background of Equinor's water strategy. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And the first paragraph explains that produced water or salt water is pipelined off the lease to centralized saltwater disposal wells, correct?
Yes.
And that's consistent with Equinor's actual method of saltwater transportation to use its pipeline gathering system when it could, correct?
Yes.
So its strategy was not to truck water, but to use the pipeline.
That's correct.
And that paragraph goes on to explain why Equinor handled its produced water in that fashion. It states, pipeline gathering systems provide flow assurance, reduced transportation costs, and reduced HSE risk by decreasing trucking activity, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree with me, according to Equinor's water strategy memo, one of the main reasons Equinor is using its pipeline gathering system is for reduced transportation costs?
Yes, and I would add that cost includes both direct and indirect costs, because we also saw benefits to not having trucks tear up roads and locations. So there were other sort of indirect costs that we saw from trucking as opposed to just the straight direct costs.
And there's also that reference to reduced HSE risk. Is that health, safety, and environment risks?
That's right.
So fair to assume those are higher when you have trucking with spills or accidents or things of that nature?
Yes.
And so there's a benefit to Equinor to avoid those risks by putting the produced water in the pipeline, right?
Yes.
Now, the end of paragraph 2 says, as all of the water tariffs are non-regulated services, therefore the rates are either market bases or negotiated with a non-affiliate. I think you testified to that earlier, correct?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say Equinor is setting at rates at what the free market would allow them to charge for transportation services.
Yes, it's based on the market rates.
And you'd agree that that's different from only charging what it costs to provide the transportation itself, correct?
Well, it depends.
Well, there's a cost that's incurred if you transport by pipeline, right?
Well, yes, there's a whole full project cost. I mean, capital investment and cost to operate, and depending on the utilization of the system, could be higher or lower.
Okay, and so the cost my question is not based on those considerations, it's based on what the free market will allow.
Right, it's based on the market rate, competitive market rates.
Okay. And in paragraph 3, it states that these tariff rates will provide midstream with the equivalent return on investment, correct?
Which line of that is paragraph 3?
I'm sorry, business case number 3, the first paragraph of that section is what I'm referencing.
Yeah, so I'd like to kind of address this document specifically, because I researched it a bit, because
Well,
there,
I'll let your counsel follow up with you if you'd like, but my question is just focused on that first sentence for now.
well,
that
that's
these-
what I need to address.
Okay.
So,
But by-
okay, go ahead.
Can I ask my question, please?
Sure.
The tariff rates, according to this, are providing midstream with the equivalent return on investment while keeping transportation costs competitive, correct?
That's what it says here.
Okay.
I can't dispute that. Now, what I'd like to say about this document is, this is an unfinished document that was, if you notice, the next paragraph relates to FERC. That's not related at all to saltwater, that relates to oil. So this is a draft version of a memo that was never completed, that was built upon a memo that was created for oil. So not all of this relates to saltwater at all. What exactly was placed, I agree the background is representative. I don't have issue to kind of refute that. That is generally representative, but from the business case and beyond, it's clearly in a form of draft, and I can't state that this relates specifically to our thinking at the time or not, because this was had a different purpose when it was originally generated, so.
Okay. And that second paragraph you referenced, there's a reference in that to basing it on a 10% weighted average cost of capital, correct?
Yeah, that's right, that's, and not related, because it also references cost of service, and that wasn't how we set the tariffs for saltwater, so this is not related to that.
Okay. I'd like to follow up with you, a few questions on the Oasis contract at Exhibit 15, E15. Now, the Oasis contract was entered into between Equinor Pipelines and Oasis or Bobcat, correct?
That's right,
So Equinor Energy was not a party to this agreement, right?
that's right,
But it's contemplated in the agreement as one of the affiliates of the producer, Equinor Pipelines. Is that fair to say?
yes,
Because, for example, first paragraph under the recitals, whereas producers' affiliates are engaged in the exploration, development, and acquisition of gas and oil, that would be Equinor Energy that's being referenced there, correct?
yes,
And you would agree, the agreement defines affiliate on the bottom of that page to mean one of the three things. Number one is any entity or person that is directly or indirectly controls such party. Number two is directly or indirectly controlled by such party. Or number three is directly or indirectly controlled by an entity that also directly or indirectly controls the party, correct?
that's what it says.
And control means the possession to power to direct or cause the direction of the management and policies of such person or entity, whether through the ownership of voting securities by contract or otherwise, correct?
That's what it says.
And so according to this contract, Equinor Pipelines either directly or indirectly controls Equinor Energy or vice versa, or the two are controlled by their parent company. Is that fair to say?
That's what it says, and the structure was such that they were sister companies underneath a parent
Okay.
company.
In terms of the relationship between Equinor Pipelines and Oasis, you would agree Oasis is not a working interest partner of Equinor, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Oasis is not a working interest partner of Equinor, Energy or Pipelines.
Oasis had working interest in Equinor wells, as Equinor had working interest in Oasis wells.
Okay. For purposes of this agreement, though, they're contracting for the provision of produced water gathering. Is that accurate?
Right, this, between their midstream company and our midstream company.
And so they're essentially third parties with one another as it relates to this contract negotiation, correct?
Yes,
So you would agree the statute that we're here about today doesn't apply to this situation because they're not involved in that relationship, correct?
correct.
The rate that's set at this is $1.70 per barrel, correct?
Yes.
And that covers the gathering system in the Banks area, right?
Yes, that's where this agreement was related to, yes.
And you would agree Versa's not making any claims related to the Banks area, right?
That's right.
And there's also no indication in this contract as to how that $1.70 rate, $1.70 per barrel rate was set, correct?
Can you ask that question again?
There's no indication in the contract as to how that number was arrived upon.
I don't know this whole agreement by heart. I don't know that it does. I think it just sets the rate.
Okay. You testified in slide 29 of your demonstrative about the Shorty JOA. I wanted to ask you a couple follow-ups on that.
Yep.
Now, the JOA that you referenced was for the Shorty 4-9 well in particular, correct?
That's the 4-9 unit. There were 8 wells in that unit.
And you would agree Versa held working interests in dozens of other wells beyond that, right?
Yes,
And this JOA does not extend to those other wells.
that's right.
And so you reference in slide 29, all work performed or materials supplied by affiliates or related parties of operator shall be performed or supplied at competitive rates pursuant to a written agreement, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And so if I understand your testimony correctly, you believe this JOA would impact what could be charged relative to the rates? Is that fair to say?
I'm saying that that's sort of the standard, the most common agreed-to standard in JOAs that governs the way operators and non-operators work together, more specifically than when the JOA isn't present.
Okay. So in other words, this contract provision about performing work at competitive rates would not apply to the other 107 of Equinor's 115 wells, right?
I'm saying the JOA does not apply where there's not a JOA with that language.
Okay, and so in that situation, then you'd be left with the statute in terms of what could be charged, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
I do have some questions for redirect. So, Ms. Beck, you were asked about whether Equinor Energy and Equinor Pipelines negotiated the rates that were set by the fair tender process. You recall that?
Yes.
Equinor did negotiate the contract with Oasis, correct?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the negotiation of that contract?
I wasn't involved with the details, but I was in the general asset team at the time and recall the circumstances.
What, at the time that Equinor was negotiating that contract, what alternatives did it have as far as saltwater gathering?
Trucking and our own system that was in place.
So how would those alternatives have impacted the negotiations with Oasis?
That would have been the price comparison, specifically trucking, because due to the excess volumes, they would have been trucked if not sent to another gathering system.
And is the rate agreed upon in the Oasis contract consistent with the alternative rates available at the time?
Yes.
You were also asked earlier a number of questions about Equinor's use of its call list, how the call list would have interacted with the saltwater gathering rates. And I think you were asked whether Equinor could, in hiring a trucking company, end up with a lower price than the fair tender process rate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was it also possible that Equinor may end up paying a higher price than the fair tender process if it had to hire a trucking company?
Yes.
You were asked a few questions about Exhibit E3. Which was a memo, or I think you referred to it as a draft memo. And there was a line in there about, towards the top, pipeline gathering systems provide flow assurance, reduced transportation costs, and reduced HSE risk by decreasing trucking activity. Specifically, the comment about reduced transportation costs, do you know how trucking costs compared to Equinor's, Equinor Pipeline's rate at the time?
At the time that this was likely put together, they would have been similar generally, but of course, there was a range, as we've just discussed. But since we did a tender process again in 2015, and it resulted in rates that were within reason and somewhat comparable, then I would say that it was reasonably the same.
And I'm looking right now at your presentation, or your slides, slide 20, which appears to show a comparison of Statoil's fees relative to average trucking company fees. And for the Ross, Williams, and McKenzie gathering systems, how did those costs compare, the average trucking costs compare to Statoil's costs?
They were a bit less. Equinor's fees were a bit less at that time.
And I don't know if, well, when you're using, or just in effect, Equinor may end up paying more than the rates that we've seen in the fair tender processes.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify this. I think you referred to intercompany transactions or intercompany transfers. Just to confirm, Equinor Energy actually pays the gathering rates that are generated by the fair tender process. Is that accurate?
Yes, Equinor Energy has a transaction in its accounting to Equinor Pipelines for those transactions.
Yep. And even before the assets were transferred to Statoil Pipelines, was that still the case?
Yes, that was the case.
And I wanted to ask you, it sounded like you may not be familiar with this, but again, if you take a look at Exhibit E3, there was a question about this business case paragraph, and I know you talked at length about this being a draft. There's a line in here about a 10% weighted average cost of capital. Do you know if that was an actual weighted average cost of capital or an assumption?
That would have been an assumption. Yes, that would, to what that was applied to, it would have been an assumption.
Okay. Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Just one final question. You testified about the frost law charges that you might pay more if that was in effect. Those costs would then be passed along to the working interest partner, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Staff have any questions?
Kate, I got a few, just for my own understanding, on Exhibit E18, several of the columns in there have NB in there, and what does NB stand for?
MBI?
NB, November Bravo, in red.
Oh, no bid.
Okay. And that's because they don't provide that service, or what would be the?
I can't say specifically, yeah, that J-Mac either chose to or doesn't provide that service.
And then with Exhibit 19, is that why JMAC then was excluded from the overall average, because they don't cover all the services?
No. They were excluded because, their prices were clearly, elevated above the rest of them.
Do you have an idea as to why they're so significantly higher than the rest?
I don't, I'm sorry.
And just because they are higher, why would they be taken out? I mean, if they're followed the bidding process, wouldn't that still be part of a cost that a service provider is showing you?
We could have, perhaps, but we chose not to.
And then you talked about, I believe it's Bobcat, and I'll use the same as what you said with Oasis, just because that's what most of us know. Do they, or did they at this time provide similar services to Equinor Midstream, where they actually gather directly from well locations in any of the areas that are being discussed in this matter?
No.
Okay, so they were solely a interconnect with the midstream provider of Equinor, correct?
That's right.
You got asked this a little bit, but just again, for my own understanding, in an event where you use the trucking company bids to set up what that tariff or what that cost is gonna be, and then it finds out that your overall operation to take that water away ends up being higher, again, you did indicate that that gets passed on then to the working interest parties, but Equinor Energy Company, or the upstream, they also would share in that burden, correct?
Yes.
I'll probably have a few more, but I gotta find my slides, so thank you.
Just a couple clarifying questions, I think. Slide 5, when you were talking about the upstream organization and the midstream organization and the responsible entities over those parties,
Yeah.
was that two entirely separate sets of people involved, or were there people that would have been on both organizations?
So the people would be specifically within the midstream organization or the upstream organization, and they had management lines that didn't meet until our CEO. And that structure was in place even before the 2016 transfer of the assets from a legal company standpoint, but that organizational structure still held before and after.
So the parties making the general decisions for each entity here or organization, upstream org versus the midstream org, would have been different people on those groups until the decision went to the CEO, and then it was feasibly the same.
Yeah, I mean, the decisions didn't necessarily have to go to the CEO. The groups would discuss and were in communication with each other. As I mentioned, the midstream's main role was to ensure flow assurance to the upstream group. And if the groups could kind of align on what was the right solution for infrastructure development, then it didn't have to rise to that level. And these agreements just sort of outlined who in a disagreement might have the ultimate authority to make that decision.
Okay, Exhibit 18. So just, it wasn't 100% clear to me when you were going through the initial testimony on Exhibit 18. You talked about the average prices determined were on page 4. Can you just give me a really rough once-over on how the pages 1, 2, and 3 built to what we're looking at on page 4, and then where on 4 is the average value?
Yeah, sorry, it's not as necessarily as clear as we'd like it to be. So the first 2 pages are related to flow back water, and the 3rd and 4th pages are produced water rates. So they're the same process in the 2 pages on either. It's just that one is specifically for flow back water. I didn't talk about it a lot here, but flow back water had a different charge, and that was really just the water produced in the first 30 days of the well's life. So I'll just move to page 3 and 4 because that probably addresses the more bigger volume of production. So they're organized by county. And so we look at McKinsey County Central, that first main block. There's different rates that were received via tender based on so the first one is just hauling to an Equinor saltwater disposal site. Or then the second one is hauling to an outside party's saltwater disposal site. So whether, so essentially this is just for hauling only. And then we have disposal fees for a second party well. So if the hauler also owned their saltwater disposal well, we call that a second party. And so it's their disposal fee if they go to their own well. And so then the next line is the total for a second party service that's an all-in service. So it's the transportation and the disposal all in one amount. So effectively, the way our rate was set was taking that $3, so you see that there's $3 there for the total second party SWD. We took that $3 and subtracted 75 cents for that what was just the disposal only. That would leave a $2.25 as the presumed hauling fee for those second party volumes, and that's how we based our rate. And it follows to show disposal fee to a third party well where that hauler did not have an interest, and then total all in if they were taking it to a third party.
That's page 3.
That's page 3, and so that's an amount. What's not shown very clearly here, I suppose, is that these was for our different vendors, and we don't have that well notated along the top. Presumably, if you go to, back to page 1, you can see which service providers those were attributed to. So you can see Cascade, Estival, JMAC, MPI, et cetera, along the top. Those same columns would have flowed down underneath. This would all kind of been in one line. And then page 4, this is where we did the averages and where we would have actually set our rates. Sorry, that example I provided was just for one provider, but the same calculation holds true. So if we go to that McKenzie County total to second party SWD of $2.60, and then we would subtract that 67 cents to make it a $1.93 would have been the presumed gathering or just or transportation fee for that second party volume, or volume through a second party, and that's how we would set our rates.
Okay, but the values on page 4 are the averages from page 3?
Yes,
Effectively,
that's correct.
and then the calculations performed accordingly? Okay. The bear with me while I find questions in my
Good
notes here.
time.
Can you identify, there was a fair amount of discussion about the JOA, the Shorty JOA. Can you identify which wells are included in that Shorty JOA?
Shorty 4-9 is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe they were sequentially numbered, so I don't know if they were 1H or 1 TFH. I don't have that list.
Do you know if they were on the Exhibit 1 or on the Exhibit A?
I don't,
from the
I'm
original?
sorry.
It looks like they probably are, 37 through 44 or something like that, 1 through 8, so.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's correct. We can verify based on the spacing unit probably.
Thank you.
Do you know if the Equinor pipeline gathering system had third-party contributors, or was it entirely Equinor wells?
It was entirely Equinor wells and 2 Equinor SWDs. It was entirely Equinor volumes.
Okay, so there were no third-party operators that were contributing to that, so there's no third-party contracts between LP and another operator?
Correct.
Okay, or Equinor pipeline in it? Okay, thank you.
Just one clarifying. You clarified part of it, but the labels on page 1 obviously fall over to page 3, correct?
Yes.
And then the same for 2 and 4 then? The first column on 4 is the potential market costs, and on the second column is revised market costs on 4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. For Exhibit E18.
Kate, I think my last question there, do you know if had Versa requested to do an audit on their own, not with a different operator at any time prior?
Not to my knowledge.
So the listed operators in here for audits, those are the ones that have conducted all the audits, or there's not additional ones, or?
There are additional ones. Yes.
So is there a reason then why these were selected? They just happened to be over the time frame, or?
They covered the full span, so they were representative.
Thank you.
Doesn't look like we have any additional questions. Counsel, is it, Mr. Cook, is it safe to assume you want to continue your objection to this witness?
Yes.
All right. I will keep that objection noted for the record. Getting late in the day, I think probably want to wrap it up for the day, and then we can start fresh. You have one more witness,
One more
Mr.
witness,
Potasic. Couple of housekeeping measures. It's been, there's been a request made to me that the parties arrange for the hearing to be transcribed, like we have in other proceedings, and that could either start tomorrow or could be provided to a court reporter after the hearing is done. It's up to the parties. It's just much easier to have a transcript to move forward. And I'll leave that up to the parties on whether you can arrange that on short notice. Probably not, but I want to give you that option tonight as opposed to tomorrow, and you wishing that I had told you that
Very
today.
short notice tomorrow.
Right. So the last thing is that regarding Exhibits 6, 7, 8, and 9, the electronic version is okay for now, but the commission will reserve the right to request a paper copy if it determines that's necessary. I just want to, after this hearing is done and before a final order is issued, so.
Sure.
Any other matters we need to consider for the record this evening?
Nothing from me.
And nothing from me either. Thank you.
All right, so it's 4:33, and we'll close the hearing record for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is, y'all.
Use the